muss zur Höchstform auflaufen, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde. Sonst schaffen wir das nicht, was wir uns vornehmen müssen.
Liebe Delegierte,
good morning, everybody, delegates, friends of the CDU. Welcome back. We'd like to start now our party conference on this second day and kindly invite you to be seated. Yesterday was a challenge. It was a long day, but we managed at the end and conducted everything in due and proper order. And that was only possible because you were all so patient and showed concentration in cooperating. Thanks for that. And I particularly thank our regional executive organizer for getting the ballot papers ready at the drop of a hat. And above all, a huge thanks to everybody who started helping them to count. That was wonderful. And particularly the head of the Scrutineers Committee, Wolfgang Blum. Thanks for your work. I would also like to congratulate all those who were elected and thank those who stood, and wish you every success in your new responsible task. And we had a wonderful Baden-Württemberg evening, and I'm so pleased that so many of you are here, still bright and cheerful. So, back to our agenda. In this connection, I would like to ask everybody to perhaps stop your private conversations. You can either whisper sitting down or conduct them outside the hall, please. I'd like your attention. I'd like to announce the result of the election of the further 26 members of the Federal Board. As members of the Electoral Board, the following were elected. First, Thomas Kuchen with 805 votes and 88.9%. Thomas Kuchen, do you accept the election? Good, congratulations. Place 2, Paul Simiak, 805 members, 88.9%. Paul, do you accept the election? Wonderful. Third, Astrid Wallmann, 804 votes, 88.4%. Astrid accepts. Congratulations. Fourth, Vivian Tauschwitz, 801 votes, 88.1%. Vivian, do you accept? Congratulations. Fifth, votes of this one, 797, 87.2%. She's well known and glad that she accepts. And Karina Herrmann, 793. Karina, do you accept? Jessica Steiner, 787, 86.9%. Jessica, do you accept? Congrats. 8. Markus Aftendren, 79.8, 79.8%. Do you accept? Christiane Schendenheim, 775, 85.4%. Do you accept the election? Dr. Schemmerlein? Is she here? I assume so. 10th, Kim Sager-Sperr, 773, 85.41%. Congratulations. 11, Fino from Baden-Württemberg, 759, 83.7%. Congratulations, Philo. Mark Speicher, 778%, 78%, 738 votes. And Volkmann, the next one has 83.5%. 14th, Ernst Schuster, 757 votes and 87.5%. Bastian Steiger, 83.1%. 16th, Johannes Steinecker, 748%, 78.85%. Mechthild Heil, 744 votes, 72.1%. Professor Dr. Alexander Lott, 734 votes, 71.1%. Simon Schleimer, 732 votes, 72.8%. Thomas Pombeck, Dr. Nicole Hofmeister-Kroll has 79.2%. 77.6% for the next candidate. Christi Augustin, 695 votes, 76.8%. Elke Hanak, 672 votes, 74.25%. And finally, Doreen Muckel-Brentke, 671 and 74.1%. Congratulations to everybody who's been elected in the federal board, and we now have the full membership. I hand back the floor. Good morning, everyone. Now we want to talk about the use of open slides. So please unpack your digital devices, and we'd like to give you the following information. You'll find the complete brochure with the motions and the details in open slides. So now we want you to log into open slides. Open the web browser and put in cdu.openslides.com. You've received the login data by email, and if you want to look for the mail, the reference is your open slides access data. We recommend that you always use the menu point open autopilot, and through open slides you can always say that you'd like to speak, and then the respective point on the agenda has to be mentioned, of course, or the motion. Please do so. Don't just stand up. Please announce your desire to speak. Everyone who speaks in advance will make things easier for us. And if you want to know which point you would like to speak to, or you want us to know, please inform us. Look for the agenda item and mention it when you make the request. Otherwise, it will be unclear what you want. And otherwise, we'll get unclear majority setups. We won't know how many people were voting. I hand back. Thank you. So now we come to agenda point 7. But once again, before we enter on this one, I'd like for something very simple. Please, I'd like some shush. Above all, at the back, people seem to be talking all the time. There's a constant murmur, which really isn't in order. Now, with particular pleasure, we welcome the President of the European People's Party and Chair of the EPP Group in the European Parliament, Manfred Weber. It's a great joy to be able to welcome you here, and particularly for me as your deputy in the EPP Presidium. You stand for a strong Europe that works on behalf of our interests and defends them. And with your untiring effort and endeavors for Europe, you're a very strong figure in the European EPP Group and the European People's Party, which we need more than ever. Please come up. We give you the floor, and a warm welcome to the Christian Democratic Union of Germany. David, and unfortunately, yes, I've got some friends from the European Parliament with me too, and I'm so pleased to be here. It's a great opportunity to be able to speak to your CDU party conference here, because the CDU, along with others, is the backbone of our EPP group. We're the strongest party in that. We are, in fact, a good factor in a strong Europe. Thank you for that. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate Friedrich for the excellent result yesterday in his election as party leader, and also say that we're in a strong connection together. And first of all, I greet you and say that we are very aware that we have the strongest mandate in the continent, in the European Council, with the 27 member states. Many of them are members of our European People's Party, and the Social Democrats only have 4 heads of state, and the Greens 3, and we have 13. So half of the committees of the EU is led by a CDU member, and of course the Commission President is Ursula von der Leyen, and so that's why we are the only group which at the last election actually won more votes at the last election amongst all the others represented there. So we're a popular party on the European continent. We're strong, and since you took over government in Berlin a year ago, we're feeling a backwind. We're very pleased that the Chancellor's office is so visible, and we're very grateful that Friedrich Merz is in this job, and that we have backed him up on that yesterday. Friends, we have a strong mandate, and the first step, just as in Berlin, is to deliver, of course, what we promise. What the people decided in Bucharest, the first point was a central topic of this legislative period would be prosperity, well-paid jobs. In this connection, a topic that connects many in Europe is that of bureaucracy. And I have to say that in the last 5 years, in the last legislative period in Europe too, we had was difficult to get majorities. The Greens and the Red and SPD always had majorities. All we did was try to stop worse things. That was the situation. Today we have a different strategic situation, and that became clear on the first day, which I can report on, when we came together. With the delivery chain that's much discussed, a lot was deleted and it doesn't have to be considered. We saw to it that all the set-asides was deleted. It is reducing farmland to nature. We agreed that what had been on Ash Wednesday, Christian Stotter with the Chancellor of Austria on the panel are the wolves. He said that 35 wolves had been shot in Carinthia, and it's now possible to shoot wolves. It's important for our farmers to know that, because thousands of German farms are now no longer going to be checked whether they're doing nature observation and supporting wolves and so on. So we are moving now towards having a state set up where people are not constantly checked on. And in this connection, unfortunately, I have to say that without the Social Democrats, we wouldn't have had a majority. What we pushed through was frequently not supported by the left wing. We haven't got a binding coalition. We don't have coalitions. We have chance majorities from case to case. And seeing it wasn't possible to compromise, our EPP concerns were put up and we for discussion, and we need to gain majorities every time, depending on the case. And with the Conservatives, for example, with Meloni from Italy and others, we sometimes got a majority to do bourgeois policy, so to speak. And I was one of the first top politicians who has been there for a long time. And I would say if we didn't have the option of working with the pro-European Conservatives, then it wouldn't be possible to achieve quite a lot. Because we have now a strong bourgeois majority in the parliament, and I'm not in favor of having the left wing take over with the socialists, and we would be in a left-wing prison then. And one other thing, friends, with all these votes, the alternative for Germany, the AfD, was not relevant substantively or formally. No. Le Pen is in, she's not even in the Patriot fraction at the moment. They threw her out before the last election. She was so extreme. So that means that, fortunately, at the European Parliament, the AfD is not a partner of our work at all. And we will continue our policy in confidence. And now further political developments at the beginning of the year. A second pillar of freedom and prosperity, besides cutting red tape, is also trade policy. America and China have to be, they're getting together a lot more. We have to look for new partners. And it's important to have agreements then. And the European Party has decided we're in favor of Mercosur. The Parliament decided it was in favor. But at the vote, it was decided to be sent to the European Court of Justice, which is a matter of delaying it. And there were many votes who were in favor, that is 10, it was sufficient for the delay, that is putting the thing off until we hear the opinion of the European Court of Justice. And also the German AfD voted against Mercosur, and that's why Manuel Hagel, we always know that the AfD is trade skeptical or even trade hostile, But the fact that we have majorities, the left wing having, or Greens having gained this majority with the AfD agreeing with them is absolutely abominable. And on the question of prosperity, I said one thing is the single market. There's a lot of potential there, and that means that Europe can create a lot of growth. And the last issue, I've nearly finished, here in Germany, the question of cars. And we have a number of proposals on the table at the moment, and 35 cases which say that in future a third of cars have to be non-electrical, and they could be hybrid or combustion. And here we're going to welcome that, and the farmers here will be pleased. These are reasonable approaches. So if we continue down this road and bring in the SVA, then I think one promise can be kept. We will have technology neutrality, that is zero for climate, and that means that we won't put ourselves into slavery of China when it comes to the electrical cars. Friends, when we look at the peace in the first few years at the European level, the greatest challenge in the last 10 years has been populism and immigration. The greatest success we've had with Giorgia Meloni and Donald Tusk was to have limits at the external borders, have checks there that stop people entering. Unfortunately, lots of people still dying in the Mediterranean and elsewhere. So at the external borders, there's someone who tells them to go home. There's no program there of procedure to check asylum or anything. So we absolutely have to stop the smuggler groups when they come. And if we get more majorities, we will definitely deliver this policy, friends. And so that's what I can report from our machine room, so to speak. So, friends, now let me come. That was the focus of what Friedrich Merz said yesterday. When we look at the 26 states who get involved, look at Davos, and we had a meeting of the heads of state or government in Zagreb recently of the European People's Party, and we sense that we have to deliver, we have to meet people's concerns. Historically, we've always done that. And the federal armed forces have now got far more spending for them, and going beyond NATO, they can move, which is different from before. And one thing is a question to make you think. For example, a lot of money is spent on procurement, but the fact that we have 17 different manners of doing that all over the EU means that we hardly advance. That should make us think. And the fact that there are no common export rules regarding defense goods, and that also impedes the armament that we want at the moment in the single market. A small country with 5.5 million inhabitants, Finland, has 1,300 kilometers of border shared with Russia. So a small country, but it has to protect that whole length of border with anti-drones and anti-missiles. What a challenge. That's something the whole of the EU should be helping with. I'll continue, friends. Today we're discussing defense, but above all, let's think of defending our country, how we want to defend ourselves against a possible Russian attack. But friends, at the moment in Washington, there's a discussion as to whether they want to attack Iran in military ways, because the regime there has been massacring its own youth in the last few weeks and months. And even worse, Iran has anti-missile weapons that are not American. And actually, Iran should be looked after by Europe. But has Europe got an aircraft carrier that could do that? No. Friends, here we have the situation where German soldiers and French soldiers are called upon, and often we say, oh no, we're not so keen, and we let the Islamists take over and gain new space instead of occupying ourselves in some way with these regions. So friends, in the next 10 years, if the 5% is to be achieved of the NATO defense target, then billions will have to be spent on defense in the next few years. We'll have to spend as much money as the USA will. And so, friends, the question is, are we demanding enough? Do we make our markets flexible enough? And our armies are all small. Don't we need a European armed force and military capability? And what we discussed in Zagreb, it's Article 27.2 of the EU treaty, that we have to develop the European pillar of defense in a serious way. We've always been historical leaders, and I think this is a time when we should take it in terms of defense as well. And finally, with respect to policy, just before Christmas I was in Greece with Metsantakis and a colleague in the Greek government, and we talked about European legislation and upcoming topics. And a colleague from Greece asked, what about European policy? I've got a question to you as a German. And his question was, Germany wants to have, be the greatest country in Europe because it's the biggest. I understand that as a Greek, he said, but if when we look at 27% roughly of AfD supporters at the moment, aren't you worried? Look at France, for example, and we don't know what's going to happen with the elections coming up there, and it looks ominous. So against this background, the idea with the euro was to create structures so it wouldn't be possible for nationalists to, as it were, sabotage the European plan and idea. And Europe has to be forged together. So there's only one future for everybody, and that's a European future. Friends, we succeeded economically with the single market and the currency of breaking out of nationalism in Europe. No country can get out of the single market easily, and the same has to happen with defense. We have to set Europe up in such a way that we only have one fate, and that we as Christian Democrats stand for that, and we as the People's Party. This is the destiny of the whole of Europe, and it's based on strong nation states and European patriotism. Let us lead us to the future. Let us be inspired by this. It's a historical leadership role that the European People's Party has. Many thanks.
Dear Manfred Weber, thank you very much for your speech as the head of the European People's Party. Thank you for your good words on European policy. Let me give you one more remark. In this building, the noise is too loud. Once again, please, all those who want to continue to talk to each other, please do this outside, because in here, people want to listen to the official speakers. And especially in the back of this building, there are large groups who are talking loudly. We cannot accept that. Next is Winter, but please be quiet in this building now. Thank you. Thank you, dear David. We continue now with the next item on the agenda, number 11, report of the chairman of the CDU fraction, Jens Spahn. We're looking forward to your speech. Dear friends, dear chairman, dear Friedrich, ladies and gentlemen, 12 months ago, we still were in an election campaign in the final stages. It feels far away because so much happened in the meantime, but it's not that long ago. For 9 months we've been in government. Friedrich Merz has been our chancellor. After more than 5 years, that's the first party convention. It's great that we have the chancellor on our party convention again. And sometimes I hear and I know the discussion. Yesterday I was asked about that. The question, when will we see reforms, different policies? Sometimes I think, well, maybe we have to underline what happened in the last 9 months. In foreign policy, we see the world is in disorder. Greenland, Iran, Ukraine, Syria, Venezuela. In the first 6 weeks, what happened? A world in disorder. With Friedrich Merz, with our chancellor, there is leadership again from Germany for Europe. Friedrich Merz is almost the only one on peer level with the American president. He's our voice, talking to Washington, a clear voice. It's about partnership, not about blind subordination. If Olaf Scholz and Annalena Baerbock were still in office, how could they do anything in the world? No, Germany is back with our chancellor. That's the change in politics that we have faced in the last 9 months. In defense, for example, more than 10 years we disputed with the SPD whether we need armed drones or not. You have to remember that. Now we have 3 times the military budget. Since January 1st, we have a new military service. From 2008 on, all young men have to go through the drafting procedure. So we have started to change politics. We have to be able to defend ourselves, to make sure that we don't have to defend ourselves. Different politics in internal safety with Alexander Dobrindt. The federal police get more staff, drone defense, digital authorities, the use of tasers. We make a difference. Boris Rhein, Hescher, we learned that we have to do more about violence in families. And one topic that we've talked about for years With FDP and Greens, it would not have been possible. IP addresses, the footprint, the fingerprint on the internet. And the most terrible thing, sexual abuse of children. So far, data protection was too difficult. We want to catch the criminals. That's the difference that we want to make with our politics. Migration, 60% less. Yes, not enough, but it's a clear difference. Manfred Weber said it on a European level. We make a difference. European law was not sent by God. No, we can change it. For 10 years, we fought about this as CDU. Now it happens. So, safe third countries, that concept was approved because we, the Germans, give pressure to Europe. 70–80% of the SPD voters, and also in irregular migration, want to do not want to change illegal migration, so we have to change that. We are humane, but with determination. We make a difference. Technology, open technology, CCS, CO2, split off, that has been a long debate. The combustion engine, that is an important issue, especially in the Stuttgart region. Manfred Weber mentioned that. So abroad, people don't understand us. For the combustion engines, you end the politics. That's what foreigners tell us. So we have to change these policies. We want to put the German automotive industry on strong feet again. Then the value-added tax for restaurants, and for example, we will take this back. And agricultural diesel, we supplied that. Dear friends, I will tell you what we still have to do, but we have changed politics to a very remarkable degree. Sometimes we should say this more so that everybody understands, because if we don't speak about it, nobody will do that. Yes, a lot has been achieved, but that's not enough yet. That's what we feel, what we see, and this is not enough because when we look at our economic situation, well, 3 years of stagnation, that's brutal. After a few months and after 3 years, it's brutal. Economy is declining. Lots of jobs are lost in the industry. We started to reduce the energy costs, bureaucracy, and tax. But we have to reduce labor costs. We have to increase productivity. And one thing is pretty evident. Redistribution, increase taxes. With that, we will not create growth. So we will have this debate, and we have to have the right objectives. Those who work a lot have to be supported, have to be helped, and therefore we talk about this active pension. If retired people want to work, then they should be supported. And for social welfare, those who are able to work for their income should do so. If you want to leave part-time and enter full-time, then you should do so. We have to support that. We should provide incentives to those who want to work. And let me say this. Sometimes it's very difficult in this coalition. Our colleagues who are here will certainly confirm that from their everyday work. Our experience is that when we sit down, when we talk, then at the end of the day we find a compromise, and mostly even good compromises. Our motto is taking responsibility. Our colleagues from the fraction know that. My motto is one word: must. Period. Must. This must work. In this coalition, CDU and SPD, we are bound for success. We will make it. That's important to understand. Because, let me say this, what could another option be? On the right and on the left, we have enough trouble. The extreme right, the top candidate in Baden-Württemberg, he does not present his candidacy for the state election campaign. The Kremlin wrote about Frohnmayer. This is our man. We have him under control. Dear friends, he will rather go to the Duma than to the parliament in Baden-Württemberg. So that is a traitor, not a patriot. And it's also treason when we take a look at the taxpayers. Because in the AfD, they hire family members for their office work, and this is nepotism. That's not fair against the taxpayers. That is very obvious to see, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to ask the same question in the other direction. The left. Well, the left party has to look at what they do. They are in favor of Hamas, and they still have socialism in their program. Socialism means poor people, poverty, spying, and terror. It was tried before, it never worked. Socialism is not what we want. And tattoos, TikTok. With Reicheneck, it will not get better than with Honecker. So the left party will not work. It's a simple answer that we can provide. And when we take a look at the extreme right, the extreme left, then it becomes clear it's difficult, but the CDU and the SPD have to make it. We have to find a good compromise. Friedrich Merz and Markus Söder brought us together in the union. In the CDU-CSU fraction, we work together very well. It's a good cooperation in our common fraction. It's possible because we stand together. Dear Karsten, dear Torsten, because we stand together. We're a good team between the government, the party, and the fraction. It's possible. With the Prime Minister, dear Boris, we work together well. It's possible in leading the fraction. And I want to say this because in Baden-Württemberg, dear Stefan, thank you very much for our good cooperation. We are a good team. Thank you. Thank you to you and all the others in our good cooperation. And more than 120 colleagues from our fraction are here. it's working. Yes, it was not always easy, no doubt about it. But whenever it was critical, whenever we had to take a decision, we stood together. We're not only the biggest fraction, we're the strongest fraction, the most motivated fraction. We work every day in the parliament to make sure that things become good. I am proud of our fraction. Thank you for your good cooperation, dear colleagues. Finally, let me underline two principles that are important for our discussion. Konrad Adenauer, my favorite quote, we celebrate his 150th anniversary, take the people as they are. There are no other people. There is so much Christian democracy in that quote. From left and right, communism, fascism, it was always an idea to find the perfect system in the world. And when it didn't work, they tried to apply violence. Communism and fascism, we had it in Germany. And for the paradise, somebody else is responsible. Every day we try to make things better, take the world as it is, take the people as they are. This is not to be passive, we cannot change it. No, but this is where the starting point is, and then every day we start to work in the municipalities, in the state parliaments, in the federal parliaments. We take the world as it is as a starting position, and then every day we try to make it better, provide the right framework. This is what distinguishes us in our everyday work. Number two, dear Friedrich, you said prosperity for Germany. That's the second thing that distinguishes us in this time. There are lots of apocalypse scenarios, people who say, well, yes, I'm still fine, but I'm not optimistic. We have to talk about this openly. Yes, we have problems, pretty big problems. A lot is happening at the moment. The world in disorder, artificial intelligence, and so on. We have issues. We have to talk about them. And especially, we have to find decisions that make a difference. The question is, what attitude do we have? Decline is a decision. Ambition is a decision. Prosperity is also, or optimism, confidence is an option. So those at the extreme left or at the extreme right, we tell them we can do something, we can be optimistic. Let's not talk about apocalypse. We want to be confident. Let's do our best to achieve that. Thank you. Thank you, Jens, for your motivating speech. Thank you for your work in the fraction and your report. Back to David McAllister. Thank you, Wiebke. Dear delegates, next, the last speech this morning, the chairman of the CDU-CSU group in the European Parliament, Nicolas Herbst from Schleswig-Holstein. Ladies and gentlemen, a big pleasure to speak here, and we heard some repetitions. I heard a lot about Europe. Our Chancellor mentioned that, and I was pleased to hear what he had to say, that the role of Germany in Europe is that we want to be strong with our partners. We, that means we in Europe. And now we have to implement our plans. This is what is important now. I want to take the opportunity here to assure you that we in the CDU-CSU group work exactly to achieve that. Dear Manfred, thank you for your speech. For example, in defense, central focus is the SAFE program. 150 billion euros were mobilized. 19 countries joined this program. This is in our interest. The Baltic states, Poland, they join our efforts. That's good for us. That's a good example that shows that we are only safe together. In Omnibus, a lot was achieved, but we agree on that. A lot remains to be done in this area. In simplification, for example, simplification of the deforestation regulation. And we have to continue there. And I tell you very clearly, if you believe that we as your European delegates think that everything is good, that our European colleagues say, that is not the case. We are committed to our electorate and not the EU delegates. And that's why we work hard. For example, a common legal framework for our mid-sized companies in Europe, that is something good. Now, we want to struggle to make sure that the combustion engine will not be completely abolished too soon. We have a financial framework for several years. We have to make sure what structure we use, and subsidiarity must not mean lip service. We have to make sure that in the future we have an independent agricultural policy in the future. Agricultural policy must not disappear in a huge fund, so therefore we have to do something about this. Let me take this opportunity to say that we don't want to embellish things. We have to be clear about things, but we must not badmouth certain things, so that's why we have to tell a positive story about Europe. We have 150 years of Konrad Adenauer. He has left us a huge legacy, and we have to take him by his words. We have to work on the European integration. We have to say we are the European party. The CDU is a European party in the end. And that's why I'm looking forward to telling a positive story. We don't want to embellish things, but we want to use a clear language. But I expect from you that we keep talking, that we keep telling this positive story. Thanks for your attention. Dear Niklas Herbst, thank you very much for your speech. And we now continue with the agenda. Let me pass on to Ines Klaus. Thank you. And next is item 22, the changes of the statutes of the Charter and the contribution rules. Before we continue with the deliberations on this, I would like to ask for your attention for some information. to change the statute according to paragraph 41, we need absolute majority of those eligible in the vote, 501 delegates. The same applies to changes of the statutes and the contribution system. Considering the motions B05, B8, B10, we made a decision on that. We still have 18 motions of the board, B01 to B04, B06, B7, B9, B11 to B20 and B25, and we add 4 motions. These are motions B21 to B24. We don't have a request to speak for each motion, so therefore I suggest that we combine them. If you agree with this proposal, then I ask you to please raise your voting card or just your hands. Wonderful. And then means that it's accepted.
So I suggest that B01 to B09 are now considered. From B01 to B09, nobody has asked to speak, so we can vote on this block. If you agree with the recommendation of the motion committee on these motions, please indicate. Thank you. Against? Abstentions? No. Good. Then the recommendations on 1 to 9 are adopted. This brings me to the next block. These are B11 to B20. Okay, we're going to vote to B19 because somebody wants to speak on 20. So could you indicate if you approve of the motions from B11 to B19? Please indicate with your card or arm. Thank you. Against? Abstentions? That is also carried. 11 to 19. This brings us to B20, where 2 people have asked for the floor. So, Kai Ritter, could you come to the mic? From Saxony. Presidium, Chair, colleagues. It's understandable that you want freedom of election, but I think it's too simple. Involving new members is usually the result of intensive work on the spot. Several conversations are conducted, intensive contacts, and quite a lot of grassroots work, and that is a way of gaining new members. I can judge this very well because I'm the district chair of the branch in Dresden, and I think the main load is on the people who help, the main burden. Also, not being paid, I would say it looks bad, and so it's best to have the people involved directly by the members and not by professionals. A strong party has to strengthen the grassroots, so please don't vote for this motion. Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Anyone else on this topic? Thorsten Gisselmann from Hanover. I'm afraid my technology is not working. I'm in the district branch of Auritz, and I'm the treasurer. And I agree with the preceding speaker. This sends a wrong signal, this motion. On the motion form, there are two mistakes. In one field, the membership fee is mentioned, and secondly, an admission donation. And the district branch keeps that money. In local politics, we need reasonable financing in order to be able to do sustainable party work on the spot, particularly in regions where the CDU doesn't have the approval ratings that we would wish. And we have to work hard for them. And it is difficult to gain new members without a lot of effort. So in my opinion, that is going to be counterproductive to ask them to donate immediately. The CDU is like a tree that has grown in the field, as it were, and it took a while to actually become tall. And after a while, the water would run out. So I would say give money to associations, but also do give donations to your local and district branch. Thank you. Philip Amthor is going to speak for the Motions Committee. Yeah, friends, I agree with the preceding speakers in principle. The district branches do the hard work. They're the backbone of our actual party. So it's very important not to weaken them, but to strengthen them. That's clear. That's also a concern of the federal board. But you asked how that relates in view of the idea in the discussion that there is an admission donation expected. And we looked very carefully at Konrad Adenauer's as to how this works. And I've gained a lot of new members in the last few years, and many actually use this field, but they don't give as much as we expect. Because we see people entering, because they say, we want Manuel Hagel to be supported, we want Sven Schulze to be supported, and they become members because they've got a particular election in mind. Then it should be possible, if they're motivated to become members, that you ask them to make a donation to the district branch or to the federal board. That's the freedom of admission. We don't want to weaken the local and district branches. People can still donate for that, but it should be divided. We decided deliberately, and I think it's correct, it's a unanimous decision of the federal board that electoral freedom is to be strengthened. And I believe that this will mean that we will ultimately have more admission donations and more members in the federal party. That's why we need, and that's why I am against the amendments and would ask you to vote for the motion as it is. Thank you. Philip Heidner, did you want to say something? Block 5. You have the floor. Thank you. I also speak for the district branches. I know some of them have got plenty of money, but we know there are quite a few that have very little money, and they are actually appreciative of even a small donation. Makes a difference to their budget. How many people here knew when they joined the CDU what a district branch is, and that most of the grassroots work takes place there? They're not going to cross that for their donation because they don't know anything about it. And a last point, and to pick up the last point, in the campaign, it's a good valid, but an electoral campaign also takes place to a large extent in a district branch. That's why it needs support. So really, my request to everyone is, to all the chairs of such district branches, to really push for this, stand together to reject this motion and to strengthen your work in the districts. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Heidner. Nobody else has asked to speak on this, so now we can proceed to the vote. If you are in favor of the motion from the motion committee, could you vote, please? Thank you. Against? Thank you. Abstentions? The recommendation of the motion committee is thereby rejected. So we now come to block 21 to 25, and no one has asked to speak, so we can vote en bloc. If you favor the recommendation of the motions committee for B 21 to 25, please indicate. Against? Abstentions? Carried. That means 21 to 25 have been adopted. Thank you for that. Now I hand back to David McAllister for Block C. Thank you. So this is agenda item 23, sundry motions. Here's one on questions from the districts about finance structure and so on. And one of them, some of them are about the statutes, but they don't suggest anything new. For this reason, these are not actual motions. So C1, nobody has asked to speak, so we can vote. If you favor that, can you indicate, please? Against? No. Abstentions? Adopted. C2. Now we'll vote. If you're in favor of C2, please indicate. Against? Abstentions? No. Adopted. 3. C3. No request for the floor. If you're in favor, please indicate. Adopted. C4 in connection with C8. Both have different movers, but they are the same text, so they should be dealt with together. Somebody wants to speak to that? C4. Jan Christian Hegewald from the district of Oldenburg. This is about gaining new members if they don't have to pay for the first year till 25. Presidium, delegates, we've moved this. We think it's a good experience to waive the fee for under 25s. Therefore, I would adapt the motion as it is. We would adopt it, accept it, but then we would hand it over to the structural committee. Somebody speaking for the motion committee, Hans Füstmann. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in favor of that idea of forwarding it to the, referring it to the Structures Committee. Adopting someone as a new member is their decision, and deciding they don't have to pay is their own decision. But we told them at the last conference that you have to decide who's going to pay if the new member doesn't. Because costs might be transferred to others who have nothing to do with this decision. So, in view of the fact that we could ask a lot of people in the last few years, and more finance is needed for the higher organization levels, and we even considered possibly raising the admission fees, which would mean that the district committees, district branches might have to shoulder costs which they had been incurred by others. So it's quite a complicated matter, and that's why the Structural and Constitutional Committee is going to look more closely at this at its next meeting. Thank you, Mr. Wüstmann. Nobody else wishes to speak on this? So we come to the vote. If you're in favor of this motion, C4 to C8, please indicate. Against? Abstentions? Adopted. Now C5, please. There's somebody wishing to speak. Horschuer Frasky from North Rhine-Westphalia. Good morning, everyone. You probably think another NRW delegate has to give their opinion, but there's one point. We've said that this is the party with the greatest number of members, but I think we should say that it wants as many members as possible. It has to work for that, of course. And to have substantive debates all the time is important because there are elections up and coming. And I've entered this party not because it's so great to hold out, to pass out flyers and put up posters, but I did this because of its content. And I think we shouldn't just talk about content, but we should make decisions on it. And that's why I think this debate on this should be one that contains the opinion of the members about coalition agreements. That's what it's about. That you ask the members whether they approve of ideas of coalitions. So I think the speaker was quite clear. Do you approve of this? Please indicate. That was C5. C6, nobody wants to speak. Are you in favor? Please indicate. Against? Abstentions? No. 7, nobody wants to speak. Let's vote. If you're in favor, please indicate. Against? Abstentions? Adopted. So we're through with C. Now I'll hand back to Wiebke. Thank you, David. This now brings us to another point, which shows what our party consists of in terms of ideas. Oh, sorry, have I made a mistake? I've jumped the gun. So Ina Schachenbach and the others are going to take over.
So, wir warten noch auf Gordon Schnieder, wenn Sie ihn irgendwo sehen sollten.
We're waiting.
Da ist er, da ist er. Wunderbar. So, wir fahren fort.
Let's continue. We're now at agenda item 23. Good morning from me. And that is voting on and adopting all the motions. Yesterday we had our main motion on housing, and yesterday well, if you've got a tablet, you can look at it. And it's on the left-hand side under motions, and people who'd like to say something have to tap the symbol, say which one they want to talk about, and put the number. These are points that I think we've heard before. If you would like to be on the list of speakers during a debate, please use autopilot. And above the screen, you have to indicate that's when the debate's already started. The motions are grouped under topics and headings. That's made it easier, not just for the committee, but for everybody. And so the sundry are being dealt with blockwise. Anyone against? No. Good. So we've now up to E. It's work, social affairs and participation. E1 to E20. A whole bunch on Arbeit, social affairs and participation. E1 to E24 are on page 144 to 192. You might need practice again when it comes to handing in your requests for the floor. And to wait a few seconds. So let's start. Somebody would like to speak. In fact, two. On E3. That's about a minimum wage in agriculture. Farming. So let's start. Johannes Rothenburger from the regional branch of Baden-Württemberg, and followed by someone from Breitenburg in Saxony. You have the floor. Good morning, everybody. This motion was put forward by us and at a Congress like this, and it was referred to another committee. And today, I would be pleased if you could take a decision on this today, finally, and I ask you to support it. It says the CDU Germany works to ensure that there be an exception from the minimum wage for farm workers. That's important for our farmers. They need this backing in Baden-Württemberg, in the Palatinate, and in rural areas. And this would be a strong signal from our conference if you could pass this. So I ask for your support. Thank you. State Minister von Breitenburg, Saxony, to be followed by Peter Huber, also from Baden-Württemberg. Yes, friends. Well, we trust the collective bargaining communities, that they are wiser than the state, and that the SPD has always raised this in the debate, has been very annoying for us all the time in the union. I have to be clear on that. In farming, it's not just the wine growers and fruit growers in Saxony and elsewhere. It's difficult for them to stay in the market. If you look at South Tyrol, the minimum wage is €7, and it's 14 in Germany. And if we think we can get our products sold with manual work involved, it won't work. So we need exceptions. And this is the federal Congress. It's not the coalition committee for compromise in Berlin. We want clear statements by the party conference. So please adopt this. Thank you, State Minister from Saxony. Next speaker from Baden-Württemberg, and then the motion committee again. Hello, friends. Last year, during the coalition debates, we said we wanted a minimum wage. With vegetable, we have 35% self-sufficiency. In fruit, 30% self-sufficiency. In other words, we import such a lot, over 60% of crops from European or even non-European countries. And this is really unjust, to have a minimum wage for seasonal workers and not treat it as an exception, because the others pay taxes and social security contributions. If you earn decently, you have to do it. That's why I think it's best to treat them differently, simply to have social justice. So I'm really strongly in favor of us accepting this motion from Andreas Rothenburg to create justice, but also so that agricultural production can be made possible in Germany. That's what we want. In view of climate change, we no longer have so many regions worldwide who can produce everything. And we don't want our production location to be strangled by red tape. And that is something that's come up again through the coalition. We can change things, and we jolly well should. Thank you, Minister Haugen, for that. Now, Dr. Ottilia Lang speaking for the Motion Committee.
Ja, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde,
Dear friends, on behalf of the Motion Commission, I thank you for this motion. Indeed, that's a topic that has kept us busy for some time, and it's a topic that our union-led government has in its focus. Let me list a few success factors. The time limits for employment of seasonal workers in agriculture was increased from 70 to 90 days. That's a central promise of the coalition treaty. We reduced electricity tax. We have provided relief for agricultural diesel fuel. Mr. Spahn mentioned that. The legal situation is difficult, we know that. We tested that topic. Industrial exceptions, or in some areas to have exceptions, that's difficult, but we are trying to find a solution, and I just heard that we want to change the vote of the Motion Commission because that topic is so important, because our farmers are under pressure. Therefore, we suggest to accept this motion. Thank you, dear Ottilia Klein. A very wise decision of the Motion Commission. So the party convention should decide that the CDU decides that we exclude the minimum wage for the sector of agriculture. If you approve that, please raise your cards. Thank you. Who is against that? Any abstentions? Congratulations, that's a unanimous vote. Südbaden, congratulations. We have application motion E01, pension insurance, controllable work treaties for delivery services. If you want to support the recommendation of the Commission, please raise your cards. Thank you. Counter motions? Abstentions? Okay. Unanimous decision. The E1 and E2 is approved. Now E4, reform of the termination protection until E11, limitation of abuse. There are no requests to speak. That means we vote on E4 to E11. If you want to follow the proposals of the Commission, please raise your cards. Thank you. Counter votes? Abstentions? Okay, the votes of E4 to 11, we have unanimous decisions to accept that. Next is E12. More flexibility, less bureaucracy. The motion was provided by the Mittelstands- und Wirtschaftsunion. We have requests to speak, and from Oldenburg we hear Olaf Werner, followed by Dennis Radke. Mr. Werner from Oldenburg. Dear delegates, at the party convention in Stuttgart, CDU Wilhelmshaven, Friesland, we approve this motion because modern labor law is important, that our economy needs flexible solutions and not rigid rules. For family-owned companies, if you rely on employers, and that strengthens our economy, we need opportunities and not limitations. So therefore, please support this motion. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Werner. Next is Dennis Radke, and then from North Rhine-Westphalia, Andrea Klieve. Dennis Radke is next. Chairman of the Christian Democrat Employee Association, the next speaker on E12, reform of the working time law. He's not here. We continue with Andrea Klieve from North Rhine-Westphalia. Too bad, because I wanted to comment on Dennis Radke. I would like to add one thing. Please support this motion. Our world has changed. We need new answers, not the answers of the past. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea Klieve. And the motion commission is now... Okay, no comment. It is suggested by the commission to support this adoption in its amended format, less bureaucracy. Special request by our Federal General, Dennis Radke. Is he in the room? No. Then we will have a vote now. Let's vote on the recommendation of the Motion Commission on E12, the working time legislation. If you support that proposal, please raise your cards. Thank you. Counter motions, abstentions. Okay, that means the motion is unanimously approved. I want to take over briefly. Congratulations. Happy birthday to Stefan Toscani. Dear Stefan, congratulations. Happy birthday. We now have motions E13, transparency, until E16, the debt reductions. There are no requests to speak. We will combine the vote on E13 to E16. If you approve the proposals, please raise your cards. Thank you. Counter motions and abstentions. Okay, the motions are approved, E13 to E16. Next, E17, sick note, that's from Leipzig. We have a request to speak. Jessica Steiner from the State Association in Saxony. Dear delegates, I would like to explain this motion because it's often misunderstood. The partial sick note was discussed, sometimes promoted. We took a closer look at this. It's a hearing in the Saxon State Parliament. We took a look at the COVID discussions. If you have a performance level of 1 to 2 hours per day and are not allowed to do that, then that's a problem. So partial sick notes should be possible, because that way it would be possible to work for some time at least, and everybody who wants should be able to work. We see an opportunity, so please check this. The Motion Commission has provided a recommendation. This is not a short-term cold that we are talking about. No, we believe that when you have a cold, then you should stay at home. But with for people with chronic diseases, we need a more flexible solution. They should be able to work part-time if they can and if they want. Thank you. Okay, let us vote on the recommendation on E17, part-time sick note. The recommendation is to approve the modification. If you approve so, please raise your cards. Counter motions, abstentions. Okay, that means the recommendation is unanimously approved. Next is E18 to E21. There are no requests to speak. Let us combine them in the vote, E18 to E21. If you approve the recommendations, please raise your cards. Thank you. Counter motions, abstentions. Okay, the recommendations are approved. Next, E22, Reform Year 2026, Courage for Decisions. The Junge Union, the Young Christian Democrats, have presented this motion. They want to discuss. We want to do that too. And please come on stage, the federal chairman of the Junge Union, Johannes Winkel. Thank you, Ina. Dear friends, I want to present our motion because there is some work involved from us. Our starting point is two targets that we pursue. On the one hand, the scope of the social state has to be limited, but the Chancellor said this rightfully. I mean, crossing out things, anybody can do that. Just cut budgets, that's irresponsible. Of course, we need to consider demographic change. So to reduce the scope, but at the same time, social compatibility has to be ensured, and this is something we have to achieve. This is something we urgently need. Now, we derived 3 basic ideas. Number 1, that's the sustainability factor. We need that. 20 years ago, the SPD and Ulla Schmidt introduced that, and they don't want to hear anything about that. The sustainability factor, all that is that it's a simple description. If the ratio of insurance payers and retired people is different, and if the expenses go up, then we do not just put the costs on the shoulders of the young generation. No, we split the costs to 3 shoulders. The young generation pays more with higher contributions. I mean, that's undisputed. We pay more contributions. Yes, of course. The second group is all taxpayers, and the federal premium also goes up. That's undisputed. But the third group is the group of retired people, not by cutting the retirement pension, that's forbidden, fortunately, but by increasing the pensions more slowly. And these are the 3 shoulders. Sustainability factor is the first idea. The second idea is to apply the principle of the flat rate subsidy. Let me give you an example. Even if our good friend Markus Söder will speak to us soon, one example, unfortunately, is the child care subsidy. Some mothers need this payment. My mother, for example, raised 3 kids and took care of her relatives in care. But some mothers need that, but not all mothers need the same amount. And there is one group of mothers that they don't get the child raising benefits, and that is just not possible. This flat rate payments, we have to end that. And the third basic idea is the split, and I thank Carsten Lindemann and Nina Warken. The third idea, with social welfare, you need a split of tax-financed social benefits and contribution-paid benefits. Those who pay the contributions don't understand why they have to pay for benefits who did not pay any benefits themselves. As the federal parliament, you can decide that this payment is possible, yes, but if you do so, then you have to find a way to finance it. You cannot tell those who pay the contributions, we took the decision and you pay for it. That's not possible. So these 3 ideas: sustainability factor, the flat rate payments, and the split of tax and contribution financed social welfare. These are the basic ideas of the motion. From this we derive various items. The items that want to take back the social welfare state. And we say, for example, we have to abolish the pension at the age of 63. This will not work with this demographic change. At the same time, we say, as a People's Party with a C in our name, we have to take care of people who cannot work anymore at a certain age. Self-understood. So a limit for 63 should be ended, but at the same time, we want to allow people who want to work when they become older than 63, if they want to work, they should be able to do so, and that would be socially that would be social justice. In the pension insurance, we want to set a signal to relieve young families. Some people say, well, a premium for couples without children, that's inconceivable. I mean, the care insurance has to be adjusted. We have to relieve young families. That is a clear signal from our party that takes care of families. Number 3 is the capital coverage. And I was wondering and was upset about our coalition partner because they want to include this in the contributions. Politics ignored demographic change. At some point, especially young people, took over their own pension plans with ETFs and so on. And politicians don't say that's a good idea. We support that. And this should be made accessible to everybody. And you say, no, you will be punished. There will be higher contributions and higher taxes. That is just not acceptable, ladies and gentlemen. So, therefore, I believe that's a motion that is balanced. And we discussed a lot about this. Those who wrote the motion, I thank them. This would be a signal for justice among the generations. The employers have to be relieved, and what Germany needs in times of economic stagnation is more optimism. We take demographic change seriously. We are the party that says we see the problems, we don't ignore them, we take the courage and tell the people what our opinion is. That's a socially balanced opinion, one that is viable in the future. Thank you. And we ask you for your support. Please accept this motion. Thank you, Johannes Winkel. Next is Wiebke Winter from Bremen. Dr. Klaus Wiener will be next afterwards. He is from North Rhine-Westphalia. Dear friends, Johannes just explained what this motion is about, why these contents are so important for us as a party. Justice among generations, justice between generations. As Junge Union, we ask you, do not, let us accept this motion. Let us not just discuss it. Because what is this actually about? Here, we are the CDU party convention. We can express our opinions for the CDU. CDU does that as well. They also make proposals on inheritance tax. They use commissions. We need a clear attitude because we all know that we're in a coalition. We know that. And in this coalition, we need to find compromises, but that's only possible if we have a clear attitude, if we say what we stand for. So, therefore, let us take the courage. I ask you, please accept this motion. Let us show what we as CDU stand for. Thank you. Next is Klaus Wiener, and next is Minister Josef Naumann. Here I am. I want to support this motion. I want to make a point and talk about the dimension. When we take a look at the social welfare state, what is the dimension? In Germany, this quota was 19% after reunification, 25%. Now we have 31% compared to the GNP. So every year we spend 1,400 billion for social welfare. And that has an effect on economic activity, labor costs, for example. Of course, the social welfare state has to be in our focus. Friedrich is right when he says this social welfare has to be in line with our economic activity, and therefore we have to have an eye on that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Klaus Wiener. Minister Klaus-Josef Naumann. Dear party friends, personally I believe that in this motion there are many good ideas worth thinking about, and therefore it's good to have a discussion on them and then also take decisions. But the question I ask myself is it wise to take a decision today and nail actually the CDU on this decision? In North Rhine-Westphalia, in the State Association, we have this discussion, and the Prime Minister said it yesterday. We do not believe that we can take the population with us and convince it. If we bundle individual proposals and say this is the CDU's opinion, without working on the question how the population is explained this, how we can explain this to the different income levels of the population. And therefore we believe in North Rhine-Westphalia that it's not only a question of parties and coalitions, but it's rather got to do that we have to discuss this with the unions and the employer associations, and we need discussions about that. Number two, I don't want to focus on individual topics, but a few days before the state elections to talk about these protected days. That's a critical issue among the workforce. There are campaigns in the companies against the CDU. So the state associations have to ask whether they want to have a discussion about these protected days. Paid sick leave in this country was abolished. We had paid sick leave for officials and for employees, but that the workers have that was a long dispute for 12 weeks to push this through, and believe me, I know what I'm talking about. Paid sick leave is part of the DNA of the German unions and in the workforce. So I think that this discussion should be delayed, and this does not mean that we ignore this discussion and this decision. We will continue with this discussion. This motion and the very good ideas included should be discussed more broadly to find more consensus. Let me raise another point. And I just don't want to take a decision like that, to say yes, but for those who can no longer work, we make an exception. Listen, how can I tell the construction workers that they're supposed to work as long as people in my ministry? And then when you can no longer work, then you just send me away. And other people have their protection. So that's a critical debate. Those who started working at the age of 16 on the construction site, or nurses with shift work, that we have the same age limit, that is not acceptable. I mean, people with home office, they have a much easier life than people on a construction site. So we have to make clear distinctions. If you want to do this all and take decisions today, then I want to know what the election campaigns will look like in the near future. Well, thank you very much for your attention.
Vielen Dank, Karl-Josef Laumann.
Thank you, Mr. Laumann. Now, Mr. Ratzel, Chair of the Christian Democrat Workforce Committee, or membership. Well, friends, I don't think it's a matter of being bold enough to take decisions. We have to discuss everything. I just want to say, I agree with the preceding speaker. We shouldn't just be courageous in our decisions, but also wise. And a wise decision, friends, involves choosing the right time for it. And we've got different committees involved, including a pension committee. This pension committee, which is one of your successors, Johannes, in the next few months we'll have the Young Union represented in it. It's an achievement, and it will come up with proposals. In my view, there's little sense in hurrying up with this. With our internal party debates is fair enough, but we have to have necessary debates with the coalition partners, because that would be walling ourselves in by drawing red lines on one side and then making maximum demands on the other. I think strategically that's nonsense. The actual challenge, and Mr. Mackel, chair of the workers' group, said this last week, the actual suggestion is, how can we get the work of the different reform committees together? How can we structure it? And you, Mr. Merz, in the Chancellor's office, you have to know how to guide the processes. That's the challenge. And second, Karl-Josef Laumann spoke about pension ages. Johannes raised many points which we could vote on individually, but some of them weren't even mentioned. The question of days people aren't paying, you can't just dismiss that and say that should be foregrounded. I'd like to remind you, in 1998 there was an electoral campaign which involved a big debate with Red-Green about these non-payment days, and these were difficult decisions, and that hit the Kohl government in its final phase. They were abandoned, these non-payment days, and a package was passed. And the first reaction, for example, in the chemical industry, the Federal Employers Association immediately made an agreement with the union, the BCE union, saying that the rules of the full day of the days of non-payment don't apply. and there would be full payment, even if you're not paying. But we didn't achieve anything at the time. Red, Green were just given material for their propaganda. So friends, let's fall into such a trap again, but let's take the necessary time to conduct this debate. Thank you. Now Karl Philipp Wassenrath from North Rhine-Westphalia. Friends, the precondition for our success lies in our resolution and clear line. And yesterday, the resolution was showed with the electoral results. Now we're looking for the clear line. And let's have the debate. I don't think we should put them off. It's good to have debates here. There's now a pension committee. It's on track, and that's a full success. And they're talking about this. But at the same time, we want to give them a clear mandate to this pension committee. We want to give them a negotiating mass. We can't just keep saying we have to wait for what they say, and then we'll agree. We'll give them a mandate, we'll give them a commission, and we'll give them a freedom to negotiate. And we've heard from a chancellor and the leader of the German Parliamentary Party that we want unity, and we are a people's party. And this is really an important topic for people. We should discuss it thoroughly and not keep putting it off and having it after the next election, because there'll always be a new election upcoming. Now we've been talking about this for a while, and then let us mandate the committee, the pension committee, to negotiate. At the entrance, there's a picture of Wolfgang Schäuble, and he came from this area, and he said, the voters appreciate it when you tell them the truth and say what we stand for. And that's what we want with this motion. So please support it. Thank you. Next speaker, Claudia Huber from Thuringia, and another speaker from Baden-Württemberg. Delegates, friends, I now have to breathe deeply, have a sip of water. First of all, thank you to the Young Union for this initiative, and also for the many different ideas in the motion. But what's missing, in my opinion, is something which I'd like to raise from an East German perspective. And that is the question that we've already got in our policy paper, policy program, that you should get a full pension after 45 years of work and paying contributions. Let's keep that in mind and adopt that and be courageous and say if somebody's worked for 45 years, they have the right to a full pension. And all these points are missing here. And that's why I too would be in favor of discussing it here, but not deciding it. Now, I'm not saying the motion is bad, but we want to take time for it. We should really take the necessary time to concern ourselves with the individual points. Of course, the preceding speaker wants speed, but I would say it would be better to follow the suggestion of the Motions Committee. Thank you, Claudia Heber. Now Klaus Wittiger from Baden-Württemberg, the state branch. Well, friends, I'm glad that we're having a good discussion about such an important topic when talking about the welfare state. It's true, the Young Union has put forward ideas that we have to discuss. But a few points are not mentioned specifically. It says we should adapt the pension age, and if you work 4 years longer, then you would get more. And so I think that's going further than what we agreed 4 years ago in our policy program. So I think we need reasons for that. And what does it mean? When you retire, that you have to show what you do. Are we willing to say to our parents and grandparents that they can only pay the same for 20 years when their children and grandchildren can't pay anything? That needs discussing. And then the idea that some of the pension should be paid by the taxpayer from public funds, not just from contributions. We would need an additional 50 to 70 billion from the German budget. Would that mean that VAT would have to be raised by 3 or 4% or income tax? I'd like to know where this money would come from before I agree with it. And that's why I think it needs to be urgently referred to the Federal Committee. Or the Federal Parliamentary Group. I'm from the wonderful state of Saxony-Anhalt. Friends, I've been following this debate. I think it's very interesting. You can see we're a people's party. We have different positions. When Karl Joseph Laumann was speaking, I thought he was going to have a heart attack because he got such a red head, red face. You can see how important it was to him. The key thing is not that we have major debates here. It's what comes out at the other end. That's what matters. And I would say, even with this hard day of days where you don't pay in, as an East German who's seen socialism and how it works, I don't want to pass too much onto the state. I think the key thing is to have a practicable approach. And I'm sure we can't decide that here at a party conference. That's why you really must go back to the Federal Parliamentary Party. That's where they are in a position to talk to other people, the coalition partners and so on, and that's a much greater chance of it being put into practice afterwards. Now a spokesperson for the Motions Committee. Delegates, I and the other members of the committee have great sympathy for the motion of the Young Union, but we still think it should be referred to the parliamentary party. We've heard different proposals for reforming the social system. This motion is 5 pages long. It mentions many an individual point. It's very comprehensive. There's a lot of good things in it, but maybe some that need more discussion. That's why I think it needs to be referred. For these reasons, the Young Union is suggesting economies, but after all, they may create more cost. And I used to chair a young group for a long time. I have experience with what happened with discussions about burdens for people with no children or exoneration for those with many children. Then you can talk about it, but of course it's a rather sensitive issue. So I think it's advisable to refer this to the parliamentary party. And I'd say to them that, of course, we will make proposals to the different committees. The Social Welfare State Committee and the Pension Committee have been concerned with it, and it's guaranteed that the topics can be discussed in these committees. And then when they make recommendations, they should go to the parliamentary party, which should discuss them. I'm sure they'll appreciate the great support from the party members. But seeing it's a highly sensitive financial question, I really recommend referring the motion to the parliamentary party. Thank you. That's the end of the speakers list, so we'll come to the vote. E23, courage to take decisions in reform year 2026. And the motion recommends referring it to the party in Berlin. All those who are in favor? Against? Abstentions? So it is carried. There was a majority for referring the proposal to the Federal Parliamentary Party. Now we come to E23, stabilizing health insurance contributions, relieving contribution payers. Nobody has asked for the floor, so we can vote on E23 and E24 together. Could you indicate your approval? Thank you. Against? Abstentions? Just a handful of no votes, so this was also adopted. So the whole E block has been covered. Now we come to F. This is about migration. Asylum, fleeing, migration, and integration. Thank you. There's a birthday in Thuringia. Hilo Kolakovic. Happy birthday. So now we're going to do F1 to F5. You find them on pages 193 to 203. The first one comes from the Belgium district branch. Protecting Europe against illegal migration, effectively defending external borders, opening internal borders again. Somebody wants to speak on that, to be followed by another speaker from North Rhine-Westphalia. Well, friends, in the next few years, migration is going to be a major topic in Europe and Germany. So I'm glad to have the opportunity to talk about this important issue. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Merz and Mr. Dobrindt, the Interior Minister, for ensuring that the number of illegal migrants to Germany has fallen visibly in the last few years. But combating illegal migration needs perseverance. And that's why we in the CDU Brussels, with this motion, want to contribute to Germany sticking with this topic and developing policies and ideas so that the policy of the government can be put into practice sustainably and fit for the future. And Jens Spahn repeated this morning, either the political center will change illegal migration or the illegal migration will change the political center. A central point for us, since legal pushbacks at the external borders, or when weapons used to wage war, we want to strengthen security at Christmas markets as well, not only at the borders. So, secondly, we want to come back to freedom of movement within the Schengen area. That's very important for people. And if the external borders are closed, then they can get around more easily in the Schengen area of the EU. And as proposed by the committee, I would say for the important point, indent 1, I'd like to add something. What's in the text has already been checked and is carried out, but we suggest replacing indent 1 to examine the extent to which the EU can decide a binding order and have defense at the external borders when people want to come in without turning them away as such. And if that can be added in, we'll agree. Thank you. Detlef Seif. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely grateful to the preceding speaker from the Brussels branch. It's important that we address the issue here. This is a topic that will continue to accompany us, and we know that even the federal government has changed course. It's going to be a major issue in our parliamentary party and also in Brussels at the EPP and in the European CDU-CSU group. We know that Germany cannot be fit for the future if it goes on as it is. We have to find other good measures, and I'm grateful. I think what Brussels suggested is technical and legalistic in indent 2, with adding something to the European Human Rights Convention. That's really good. But if at the end of the day jurisdiction or case law prevents everything through judges taking other decisions, that will be counterproductive. There's a productive element in the European Council. I'll tell you what it's about. When the people come to the external borders, when they're picked up on the Mediterranean, we can't send them back because there's a ban on refoulement, or turning them away. And that means, in principle, we have to let everyone in to apply for asylum, and that won't change in future. In the continuing process, and also until they are referred to another member state. There's a lot of protest in Holland at the moment, in Belgium. They're saying we can't send anyone to Bulgaria, Romania, Italy or Greece because for reasons of human dignity they won't be well treated there, and for reasons of family reunion and so on. There are all kinds of human reasons given. But, ladies and gentlemen, if we don't achieve things, there'll be less possibility of removing the worst criminals, and we have a huge security risk. And we have to address that head on. And I can assure you of one thing, because I've been working on this topic for years. The federal government is really involved in this and is addressing the topic with Alexander Dobrindt and the Chancellor. In the Federal Parliamentary Party, it's a very important issue as well. And it's being just dealt with at the European level too. But regarding our party conference, we have to be self-confident and say that without us, nothing will happen on this issue. As Manfred Weber said, the blockage from the Greens, the left wing, but others who are social democrats, the Social and Democratic Party of the EP, all of them get together and they don't want that. And that's the scandal. And even the right-wing populists voting with the others is horrible. So we, the CDU, have to do the work of conviction in Germany. Otherwise, it won't work at all. I think the work in Brussels is excellent on this, that is the EU. We're going to tackle this and deal with it at the highest level, and please give us the backing here. We need adaptation within the European Human Rights Convention to have, for example, an additional protocol or some other method, because what happens at the moment is the judges only see the individual protection of the individual. But it's really rendering our asylum system non-functional, and nothing can work if there's no interest, if you or combination of interests. If you just get one group going ahead, it's not enough. We have to develop a front on this. Thank you very much. So I agree with the motion of the Motions Committee that this be referred to the Parliamentary Party and they work on it. Thank you. Philip Anton for the Motions Committee on this. Colleagues and party friends, continuing on what's just been said. First of all, to the district branch in Brussels, it's a good motion, but it's a very complex issue. A lot of points are missing and need adding. And in terms of procedural efficiency, we have a whole lot of other motions ahead of us here. Despite all our trust and conviction of colleague Peters, I'm afraid we can't just follow what he says like that. We've got to deal with all the other things today too. So I think it needs referring. And you said you're working on it in the European Parliament. So it's much better we send it to the German group in the EPP, and that's why we proposed we would accept it and refer it in amended form. And we said we would do that with an in-depth discussion. But I don't want to create a precedent here, but I still suggest we vote on it, and if everybody who objects to something then stands up and speaks, then we're never going to get through with it today.
Okay, no more motions. So let us start the vote. If you want to follow the proposals in the modified version, transfer to the EVP fraction in the European Parliament and the fraction, if you approve, then please raise your hands. Counter motions, abstentions, okay. The vote of the motion commission is approved, thank you. Then FO2 to FO5, no requests to speak. We can combine the vote. FO2, FO5, if you approve, please raise your cards. Counter. Check. Okay, these motions are approved, and I pass on to Daniel Peters for education, women, and old people. Thank you. Gordon. For GO1 to GO7, there are no requests to speak, so let us combine the vote. If you support the recommendations of the motion commission, please raise your cards. Counter motions, abstentions. I cannot see that. Okay, these motions are approved. Next, motions G8, GO8, together with G12. There's a motion. There is a request to speak. Sarah Steinhardt from Hescha. Okay, I'll use this microphone. The women in the CDU want that schools are a place where people can learn, where people come together. There is a lot of disturbing factor with mobile phones, so we want to have a ban on technical equipment. Here we have a Minister of Culture who has pushed through important regulations. We have zones where cell phones are banned, and we therefore ask you for your support in this motion. Thank you for this speech. And now for the motion commission, Karin Priem will speak next. Dear Presidium, dear applicants, that is an important motion. Later on we will talk about children and young people in the digital world, how we deal with cell phones and so on, smartwatch, how we deal with that in school. In recent years, this issue has grown more important. Hescha is a role model for many other states. Schleswig-Holstein is advanced. 3 years ago, when everybody thought we were crazy, said no private cell phone usage in schools, in elementary schools. Now, the Commission knows that we are living in a federal state. We know that this is a matter of the cultural ministers to find common regulations. Nevertheless, we believe that we can send an appeal to the cultural ministers saying that for many teachers that is an important issue. We send out an appeal that we want to have comparable regulations. This gives reliability to schools and politicians, so therefore we want to encourage you to support this motion. Thank you. There are no more requests to speak. So now we vote on the recommendation of the Motion Commission for G08 and G12 in combination. If you approve the recommendations of the Motion Commission, please raise your cards. Any votes against? Abstentions? So these two motions are approved. Next is G09, education and introduction of a triple ID and a dashboard, digital dashboard. There are no requests to speak. And if you want to approve this motion, please raise your cards. Okay, that means we have an approval. Next is G10, the legal regulation on the protection of mothers for independent workers. There is a request to speak. Teresa Gröninger from Bremen. Good morning. Thank you to the District Association Ammerland. This is an urgent matter. We have dragging it along for a long time. 2 years ago at the party convention we discussed this. That was part of our program. This is a topic that needs a higher priority because it's not only about the doctors that are described here. It's also about physiotherapists, the craftswomen. It's not an easy issue, but we have to tackle it. Thank you for your initiatives in North Rhine-Westphalia. I would like to encourage you to support this motion. Thank you. Thank you. For the Motion Commission, our Federal Minister Karin Prien will speak. Dear Presidium, dear applicants, yes, this topic needs a high priority. I agree. Thank you for your speech. The responsible ministries are together and try to find a solution. It's not trivial because we cannot just transfer it. There are legal regulations. We need more distinctive solutions, but this year we will come up with a bill. Thank you for the initiative. Promised we will take care, and please confirm the motion of the Motion Commission. Thank you, Karin. The recommendation of the Motion Commission is transferred to the CDU-CSU fraction. If you agree, please raise your cards. Counter motions, abstentions, not any. Okay, this recommendation is approved. Next, application G11, reform of the support for democracy. No request to speak. Recommendation of the Commission. There is none. With G07, that was handled. That makes a vote obsolete. G12. That was covered with G08. Next is application G13 to G14. There are no requests to speak. Let's vote on the recommendations of the Motion Commission. If you agree, please raise your cards. Counter motions, abstentions? No. So the recommendations are approved. And next is G15, parents' subsidies, reforms. There are several requests to speak. First is Vivian Tauschwitz from Hanover. Okay, good morning, everybody. Last year, this time, I was pregnant. 9 months ago, I gave birth to my baby. Before that, I was not a delegate, I was a soldier. My husband and I had to see how to organize this parental responsibility, how to pay our debts, and how to rescue our financial situation. Young people in Germany have a similar situation. We should take a look at how the young generation can be supported to make sure that children that we urgently need in our society, how we can support them, how we can promote families. So parents' subsidies should be increased. In the fraction, we should not only discuss this, we should find a solution. Inflation is an issue. We should accept this motion for something finally to happen so that children are supported. We need them so urgently. Thank you for your speech. Next is Tobias Goberkel from Baden-Württemberg. Dear friends, since the introduction of the Parents' Benefits 2007, there has not been an increase, while food prices and care prices are going up constantly. As a young father, I know well about this. For young people, founding a family is a financial matter. Our society needs children. We know the problems of demographic change. Parents have a wonderful performance. This deserves recognition in everyday life, in politics, and we need financial support for families. Therefore, we should support this motion due to our Christian beliefs. We should find a solution today and decide today. Thank you. Next is Professor Mark Philipp Jansson from the State Association Rhineland-Palatinate. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, I would also like to promote this motion from Junge Union. I don't understand why it should be transferred if it is in line with our clear coalition agreement that for parents' benefits we want to do something, that we want to send a positive signal to the young generation. In recent months, we had many discussions that were difficult for young people in Germany. I don't want to come back to all the discussions we have, but we have to support families, and those who want to found a family should be supported. They should get a signal of appreciation. Let me give you a few figures. Young couples want children, more young couples want children than children that are actually born, and the reasons are financial. There are concerns that couples could not afford a child or a second child. The parents' benefits was increased in 2007 the last time. So 100 euros then are 150 euros today. Social benefits were adapted to inflation rate, but nothing happened for the parents' benefits. And that's the important last point. Parents' benefits is not a social welfare benefit. It's an investment. When you take a look at the demographic development, the problems in our social welfare state for pensions, we will only be able to solve it if we have more children. So therefore, let us send out this signal to parents and future parents that we want to support them, that we change the income limits, that we enable them to buy an apartment, buy a house. Please support this motion. Thank you very much. Thank you. Before the Commission gets the word, we have two more requests to speak. Claudia Heber from Thuringia and Theresa Gröninger from Bremen once again. But please speed up a little bit. Okay, I will stay here right away. I agree with what was said before. We all know that the reform of the parents' benefits, this is on the agenda this year. It would therefore be a good signal for the parents, for the future parents, if we said now, yes, we as a party convention want these changes. So I have a request. Please adopt this motion, and then off you go to the fraction, and then we have it in the legislation this year. Thank you. Next, Theresa Gröninger from Bremen. The reduction of this limit, that was a scandal by the Traffic Light Coalition. So young people pay a lot of money, but once they need support, then we as a state say, we don't recognize your performance, you have to pay yourself. That is not fair. That is why I plead, why I want to encourage you to support this motion. Thank you. Next is Karen Priem for the Motion Commission. Dear delegates, as a Christian democratic unit, we shouldn't be ignorant, we shouldn't be indifferent to the fact that we have less children in our country. I agree with you. The parents' benefits have to be increased this year, and I can tell you this is what we will do. By the way, in addition, we should talk about the reasons why young parents don't want to have a second or third child, maybe not even a first child. We have to talk about what the reasons are. And there are boundary conditions to mention, more reliable childcare, more tax incentives. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to be honest at this point. So please consider this. The minimum and maximum amounts have to be increased, and that's a mistake. But we have to do this in a reasonable discussion, considering our budget that we have available. We have to make sure that with these steps we achieve the effectiveness that we are aiming for. So please believe us, we will focus and discuss the increase of the parents' benefits. We will try to struggle for further increases, but we have to be honest. In a phase where we have to make so many savings, that will be difficult, but we will negotiate with a coalition partner. So please encourage our motion. Thank you. Thank you, dear Karin. There's another request to speak. Johannes Winkel, the floor is yours. Dear friends, when I take a look at what the CDU, what the SPD decides, but what expensive promises they push through, then I believe we could have the courage to send out a clear signal to young families. So please support our motion. Thank you, Johannes. And that was the end of the speakers list on this topic. Next, we'll have the vote. The recommendation of the motion commission is transfer to CDU-CSU Federal Parliament fraction. If you support the motion, please raise your cards. Counter motions. So the vote of the motion commission was not followed, so that means the application is approved. Next motions, G16 to G18. There are no requests to speak, so we can combine the vote about the recommendations of the motion commission. If you want to approve this, please raise your cards. Counter motions, abstentions? Not the case. Okay. The votes are approved. And now I pass on to Ina. Thank you, Daniel. We want to make a proposal. We have 53 more requests to speak. We propose that we limit the time that you have to speak here, and we want to restrict the time to speak to 1 minute. If you agree, please raise your cards. Thank you. Are there counter motions? Abstentions? So approved with a large majority. Thank you for that. Formally, we have to vote about G15, parents' benefits. You decided not to follow the vote of the motion commission. That means that we need a vote on the proposal. So G15 again, it should be on the large screen. Reform parents' benefits. The motion was that CDU Germany wants to promote and support the parents' benefits, increase the amounts, and change the limits for income. If you want to follow this motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Counter motions? Abstentions? Congratulations to the Junge Union. The basic amounts for parents' benefits are to be increased, and the income limits have to be abolished. So for parents, this is a very good decision. Next is health and care, age 1 to age 14. We have no requests to speak for HO1, then HO3 to HO7, and HO9 to H14. So let's combine the votes. If you follow the proposals, then please raise your cards. Thank you. Counter motions? Abstentions? Okay, unanimous approval of the motion commission. Now we have requests to speak on HO2. Employees in care insurance have to be treated equally. Then Saxony, somebody wants to speak. Up here, we welcome from Saxony, Jessica Steiner. Dear delegates, when it was decided in 1995 that Saxony will keep the Busenbettag, the holiday, it was decided that the relief of the employers will be financed by the employees for the compensation. That's 0.5% in the social benefit payments. 31 years, this is still the case, even though 8 of 15 states have introduced new holidays. There are different situations. We don't say that the changes go in a certain direction, but we want a decision in line with the reforms of the care insurance. We want to consider this aspect. We want the same equal rights, the same rights for everybody, and therefore we ask for your approval. Thank you. Thank you, Jessica Steiner, for the motion commission. Nina Warken. Thank you, dear Chairman, dear delegates. Of course, we pay respect to the interests from Saxony, but it was the decision then to retain this holiday. Other states decided differently, so therefore the Saxons have to find their own regulations. For example, abolish another holiday, and Berlin was mentioned, where an additional holiday was introduced. But here, even with the additional holiday, there are less holidays than in Saxony. So we have to say this is nothing that we can regulate. So unequal adjustment is not something we can see here. So it was a desire at that time to retain that holiday, and therefore you have to see how you can regulate this. Thank you, Nina Warken. No more requests to speak. Now we have a vote. Jessica once again. Jessica Steiner from Saxony. No, I correct. Christian Hartmann from Saxony, head of the fraction in the Saxon state parliament. I want to contradict the federal minister. That was a simple representation. In 1995, in connection with Busenbettag, we decided to retain this regulation, considering the cost participation. Since then, and Berlin is not acceptable, we have had other states that introduced holidays that went beyond the 11 holidays that exist in Saxony. That means there are states, and that's not Berlin, that introduced extra holidays, and there was no cost participation. And when we take a look at the number of holidays in Germany, the span is between 10 and 13, and Saxony has 11. Thank you. No more requests to speak. We now have a vote on the recommendation of the Motion Commission on H2. The recommendation is to turn down the motion. If you agree, please raise your cards.
Gegenstimmen?
Thank you. Against? Abstentions? Then a majority is in favor.
Das ist der Antrag Prävention durch Verantwortung. Hier geht es um das Thema Zucker. Richtig? Ja. Wir haben mehrere Wortmeldungen vorliegen und es startet Ministerpräsident Daniel Günther aus Schleswig-Holstein. Bitte sehr, lieber Daniel.
Ja, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde, wir können ein klares Signal für Gesundheitsschutz für unsere Kinder und Jugendlichen heute aussenden. Zwei Teile hat dieser Antrag. Der eine hat auch eine überwältigende Zustimmung in der Gesellschaft, nämlich eine gesetzliche Altersgrenze für den Verkauf von Energydrinks bei 16 Jahren. Das ist wichtig, um unsere Kinder und Jugendlichen zu schützen, dass wir hier ein ganz, ganz klares Signal alle miteinander senden. Ich will aber besonders auf den zweiten Punkt hin.
Sorry. Beg your pardon. We're on H8, which is about the reduction of sugar and protecting children that way because of their sugary drinks, etc. We need a tax which can have an effect of changing things. And this is really a massive health problem that we have at the moment because of the high sugar consumption. A quarter of our children are sugar addicted and 17% are adipose. And if we look at that situation, our answer isn't bureaucracy, it's not constant bans, but proper Christian Democrats have to use market economy instruments with a tax on sugar so that profits can no longer be privatized and costs socialized. We want to show other countries that we can do something. It will create fewer costs as such, and so Christian Democrats would want that. In the spirit of our children and young people, please take this action, because diabetes type 2 has grown enormously. It's all because of this sugar, and they'll accuse us of doing nothing when they look back. So please, let us raise the actual taxes on sugar to discourage its use in drinks, etc. Thank you. Now the Deputy General Secretary, Christina Stump. Today, this is a significant decision. It has a lot to do with daily life, the introduction of a sugar tax in Germany. But we have to ask, is this just? Is this going to be effective? Does it make sense? The advocates promise better health, less overweight, and a more responsible society. But reality looks different. If you look at the United Kingdom, you'll see that the sugar reduction hasn't brought about the promised results. There's been a tax there for several years, 18 years, and the sugar consumption hasn't fallen. And so I'm not sure we can learn from that. No positive effect on health costs. Cost spending increases. Denmark is similar. In 2012, they introduced a sugar tax and abolished it as soon as 2014 because it brought considerable economic difficulties. So what we need is responsibility. State guidance doesn't replace common sense here. We think that it would be responsible not to be a nanny state. We want to be the state of freedom, not new payments. A sugar tax is not it's not our idea either. That would be following the ideas of Cem Özdemir, who is the Green candidate here in Baden-Württemberg. So if we want to be systematic in our policy, we need more education about sugar. We could start that in kindergartens and not higher prices. Sorry, that was 1 minute. Here, Christian Democrats are in favor of personal responsibility. That's why we reject it. 2 more speakers. Yes, friends. Here we've been talking together for 2 days about how in Europe and Germany we can gain our own strength and reduce bureaucracy and create competitiveness. What kind of signal would it be if we wanted to introduce a new tax? Here we are in Stuttgart, in Baden-Württemberg. In the last government, the farming minister came from Baden-Württemberg. It was Cem Özdemir, and he was the most hostile minister to the farmers for all time. He drove them into the streets 2 years ago, and that's why we want to turn the wheel around. I think we should go and ask the sugar farmers what they think about this. I think they would be against as well. So I promote the rejection of the motion. A spokesperson from Saxony, then from Hanover. Many thanks. It's all been said very well. That's why I don't need to add anything. Thank you. Dr. Moorman from Hanover, then someone from Schleswig-Holstein, and then we can vote. Friends, particularly from Schleswig-Holstein, we all agree that we want healthy nutrition for our children, of course. And that's why it's also important and a convincing signal that we've seen in the last few years that voluntary sugar reduction has already taken place in industry. About 15% has percent less sugar has been used since 2018 in drinks. And Christina Stumm quoted an example from different countries that it hasn't worked having a sugar tax. Therefore, I suggest we don't vote for this. And we don't want sugar to become more expensive. We want to protect our companies from additional providers from other countries that don't have a tax. And I'm an agriculturalist myself. I would say at the moment the sugar companies are under a great pressure anyway, so we don't want to make life more difficult for them. We knew that last year during the coalition negotiations with the SPD, and for that reason stood up clearly against a sugar tax, and I suggest that we maintain that stance here. Thank you. Tobias Koch from Schleswig-Holstein, and then someone from North Rhine-Westphalia. My open slides didn't work, so I'm sorry you had the wrong name for me, but never mind. I'm in favor of this motion from Schleswig-Holstein because a lot's been said but very little about sugar tax. And Daniel explained the health effect that sugar consumption has, and quite frankly, it's high time there was such a sugar tax. I'm sure it would reduce sugar consumption. The market will settle it. And seeing we believe that achievement should be rewarded, I think it would be much better. Suitable products will then still be available to young people, and for the sake of their health, let's vote for this. I'm glad you're all so enthusiastic, but we have to look at the time. I suggest we keep the list of speakers as it is. There are another 2 to come. We'd like to close it. Is that all right? Would you please indicate if you approve? Thank you. Against? Abstentions? Good. That means the list of speakers is closed. 2 more speakers. One from North Rhine-Westphalia and the other from Baden-Württemberg. Thank you. I too am in favor of this motion from Schleswig-Holstein from the angle of a health politician, which hasn't come out enough in the debate. I would say it's really terrible if you say that it was only green policy to want to protect young people. We too want to protect them. You can't just argue it's their idea. It's ultimately a matter of the young people. We've spoken a lot about our welfare state and how we can put prevention into health costs, and that's very important. It's clear there is evidence-based proof that sugar is reduced when it costs more, and whatever you've got by way of information from the UK, we think it's good and important, and I'm only able to support it. Well, ultimately, the sugar tax isn't going to settle people's nutritional habits. That should be based on education and advice. But as a state government, we have to use money for proper food in primary schools, even back in nursery school. That's essential that they have healthy food on hand, so they won't be eating sugary things all day. And it doesn't, the tax does not guide the nutrition, it only guides the voter behavior. And I think a tax on sugar has nothing to do with the ordinary people. So my friends, we've had a very energetic debate, and our heading is taking responsibility. And yes, we do have a responsibility towards young people and also towards health. Overweight isn't just due to sugar, it's due to a lack of energy, a lack of exercise, and the whole of people's eating habits. So you can't just pick out sugar alone. So that's why the motion committee thinks it should be rejected, because it contradicts our policy program in 2025, which said we go for nutritional education and not on directive taxes. And that's what was really strongly supported during the coalition debates. And to be consistent then, I think we should not vote for this motion. So who's in favor of rejecting the motion? Please show. Thank you. Against? Well, nobody is sure here what it is. Who's oh, it does seem as if it's been rejected. So now we're finished with H. And now we come to J, which is about climate and environmental protection. And there's another birthday child, Dominic Müller, who's 25. Congratulations. So now climate and environment. Here we have J1 to J6, pages 259 to 267 in the brochure. We have no requests for the floor for 3 of them. So 1, 3, and 6. If you approve of them, could you please show? Against? They're through. Okay. Now 2 and 5 are to be discussed together, and there's someone who wants to speak. Niklas Kappe in North Rhine-Westphalia. Friends, yesterday we heard, and I'd like to thank the Chancellor for pointing out the importance of industry and what has always constituted the CDU, that is that we show courage and link it with readiness to show responsibility. And here we have done that, and in the workforce group of the party we want to put these motions forward. And it'd be a pity if we didn't use the opportunities here. We need to talk about climate and environment, but we don't have to have over-fulfillment of our targets. And we have to protect our market still. Outside, we see jobs being lost. We're in international competition. And in the new tech proposal, we'd like a link between competitiveness and the environment, and that was the spirit to reduce it. Thank you very much. Dr. Klaus from North Rhine-Westphalia. Thanks very much, friends. It's striking that there are 2 versions of this. There's a new version which stresses combating climate change and says we have to care for creation. But in the old version, that was the advantage. It was a bit more specific. It said we want to be net zero by by 2050, and it went further with such targets. And so the question is to ask in a justifiable way, on the last few meters towards net zero, where the CO2 costs are rising, do we want to tackle it globally? Yes, we want to be net zero, reducing carbon emissions. It's been said again and again. This version has to support us in our work in the next few months. Andreas Jung from the Motions Committee. Friends, I'd like to underline on behalf of the Motions Committee that we all share the concerns of the importance of industry that's just been raised. And you quote Friedrich Merz, who said that clearly yesterday. We all agree on that. But secondly, it was also said that we as Christian Democrats do have to protect the climate, and we have to preserve our homeland and the one world. It's a matter of the future of the next generation. And the Chancellor said that clearly in an interview last week at the climate conference in the German parliament. Secondly and thirdly, it's in our policy program that we are the party of sustainability that brings both things together, the economy and the climate, and social sustainability. There has to be acceptance. It's no good if jobs are going to be abolished here where others will do it under dirtier circumstances and import again. So we're convinced that we have to focus the debate on the very points that have been raised. When do we need to change the emission targets? Are we not effective enough? We need longer to have certificates beyond 20 years. We need more flexibility, more internationality, and this should all be done in a broad process of discussion in the party with trade unions, gaining an opinion, gaining expert opinions, and that way getting ahead on the basis of wanting our industry to advance, but also take due account of climate and environmental protection. Thank you very much. Please support this. Right. So now 2 and 5 are being put together. Who agrees with their content? Against? Abstentions? Thank you. Now J4. Stopping the combustion engines, stopping the ban on combustion engine production, regulating the fleet. This needs revision with an openness regarding technology. Friends, I'm from Wilhelmshaven, and that has the only deep port and harbor, and it also has the biggest base of the German armed forces. We are the biggest hub in Germany, and now we have parking spaces for Chinese cars. And in the last 12 months, over 50,000 jobs have been lost in the car industry. Let us support this important motion, being open to modern technology and stopping the 100% ban on combustion engines, which prevails at the moment. All of this needs doing, because these are impeding our progress, and we need new ideas to get ahead. We want solutions, not ideology. So please support for prosperity, freedom, and a strong future. Thank you. Dr. Christoph Voss from Hamburg speaking for the Motions Committee. The motion reflects a great deal of what constitutes this party. We don't dictate from above what technology should be used. Rather, we bank on a social market economy, competition between the different technologies, and that could be a battery-run car, but it could be a car that has a combustion engine that is environmental friendly. And so it's terribly important to send a signal that we support this because we need more competition, more social market economy, and openness to different technologies in order precisely to deal with climatic and environmental problems. So I urge your support. Thank you. If you approve 2, please put your hand up. Against? Abstentions? Adopted. And now we come to K. That is about housing, but there are no applications for amendments to the motion. So if you approve of all of these, please indicate K1 to K9. Against? Abstentions? Then they're all adopted as well. So I can hand over. Now we come to L. 1 to 11, L1 to L25. About industry, energy and finance. So there are no requests for the floor on L1, L5 to L7, L9 to L13, L15 to L20, and L22 to L25. So we'd like to vote on them en bloc. Who is in favor of the motions as they are? The numbers I've just read out. Please indicate if you're in favor. Thank you. Against? Abstentions? Good. They are all adopted. Very good. Thank you. We're looking at the representative of the Hildesheim branch. If you could find this person, that would be good. Thank you. Otherwise, we'll start with the request for the floor. For example, on L2, for a technology open and regional energy planning, a rejection of wind parks and so on. Please remember 1 minute. Delegates. 1124 belongs to this, which comes from the Saxon Swiss branch in the Ore Mountains, the Erzgebirge. So we think that there's been massive loss of trust in the rural areas. As the mayor of a small town and a deputy chair of a farmers' league, I know what I'm talking about. It's wind parks is the problem. So please, besides the 2% goal, it should be said that the 1.3% is meant by 25, because this goal follows a planned economy, and we want to get away from that logic. Thanks very much. Someone from Oldenburg and then from Breitenburg.
Ich spreche als Delegierte aus Oldenburg, aus dem Norden, wo die Windindustrie steht, wo die Häfen und die Anlagen verschiffen, wo Zulieferer, Netzbetreiber und Speicher.
So the equipment needed for energy parks and so on. And if I'm saying we have to reject this again. It's about extension. The government wants extension of wind parks, but we mustn't question the readiness to invest in the area. And it's really, it creates investments for work, for profit in the rural areas for our farmers. And there'd be green energy care, of course, from wind parks. But we don't, it all takes a long time, and we really can't afford that. We come from a region, sorry, your time's up. And we believe in a certain amount of wind from the North Sea, from solar and energy sharing. Thank you very much. I think there's one more speaker, then we'll hear the Motions Committee.
Okay, next is Andreas Lift. Dear delegates, first of all, I would like to respond to the colleague from Oldenburg. The last sentence is critical. Flexible testing should be possible. With energy, we have a differing situation. We have wind in the north, in the south we have more sun. So we don't want to prescribe anything. We want to open up opportunities. So flexibility is important, and it has always been the position of the Union. We want renewable energy, but we want to be flexible in choosing this. So a focus on the revenues, on the areas. This is something that is important, and for that I would like to vote more renewable.
Regionale Spezifikeiten berücksichtigen. Herzlichen Dank.
Vielen Dank an die Jung. Damit kommen wir zur Abstimmung über das Votum der Antragskommission zum Antrag L02. Das Votum der Antragskommission lautet auf Annahme. Wer dem Votum der Antragskommission folgen möchte, bitten wir ums Kartenzeichen. Vielen Dank. Gegenprobe. Enthaltungen. Bei wenigen Gegenstimmen und Enthaltungen dem Votum der Antragskommission gefolgt. Wir kommen zum Antrag L03, Flächenphotovoltaik in Wäldern. So, wir haben noch mal eine Bitte. Also wir merken, dass so ab und an hier in der Debatte Wortmeldungen kommen, was ja auch gut ist. Dafür kommen wir ja auch zusammen. Aber Redner, die beispielsweise das Votum der Antragskommission noch mal unterstreichen, wenn sie ausschließlich dagegen sind, dann wäre es besser. Und wir kommen ein bisschen zügiger durch. Ich glaube, alle haben die Anträge gelesen, haben sich gut vorbereitet. So, Antrag 03, Flächenphotovoltaik in Wäldern. Es startet Staatsminister von Breitenbuch. Sofern im Raum. Nicht im Raum. Dann Minister Peter Hauck, Baden-Württemberg. Auch nicht im Raum. Dann lassen wir abstimmen über das Votum der Antragskommission. Annahme in geänderter Fassung. Wer dem Votum der Antragskommission folgen möchte, bitten wir ums Kartenzeichen. Vielen Dank. Gegenstimmen, Enthaltungen. Damit ist das Votum der Antragskommission angenommen. Wir kommen zum Antrag L04. Hier geht es um das europäische Vergaberecht. Hier liegt eine Wortmeldung aus dem Landesverband Hannover vor von der Colette Christine Thiemann. Bitte sehr.
Liebe Delegierte, Als CDU sind wir die Mittelstandspartei Deutschlands. Und wenn wir diesen Anspruch ernst nehmen, müssen wir bei der Reform des europäischen Vergaberechts nicht nur über Schwellenwerte und Verfahrensvereinfachungen sprechen. In der Praxis werden tatsächlich die meisten größeren öffentlichen Bauaufträge an Generalunternehmer vergeben. Mittelständische Fachbetriebe, die vor Ort ausbilden, Arbeitsplätze sichern und Gewerbesteuer zahlen, fallen aus dem Raster. Deshalb sollte bei der Reform der EU-Vergaberichtlinien der Grundsatz verankert werden: öffentliche Aufträge sind grundsätzlich in Fach- und Teilloser aufzuteilen. Unstrittig ist, bei sehr großen und komplexen Infrastrukturprojekten kann eine solche Zersplitterung in viele Einzellose erhebliche Koordinierungsaufwände auslösen. Niemand von uns will mehr Bürokratie, als wir endlich schon haben. Der richtige Weg muss sein: Losvergabe als Grundsatz, Abweichung möglich bei nachweislich technischen, wirtschaftlichen und zeitlichen Gründen, transparente Begründungspflicht bei Gesamtvergabe. Liebe Delegierte, wer Europa resilient machen will, stärkt den Mittelstand. Wer die soziale Marktwirtschaft ernst nimmt, sorgt auch auf europäischer Ebene für faire Vergabestrukturen. Ich bitte um Unterstützung dieses Antrags für ein gerechtes Vergaberecht, auch für den Mittelstand. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank, Frau Thiemann. Aus dem Landesverband Hannover für die Antragskommission Philipp Amthor.
Ja, liebe Delegierte, gegen die Vorrede gibt es gar keinen Widerspruch. Ja, wir sind die Mittelstandspartei. Wir sind diejenigen, die das Vergaberecht vereinfachen wollen, entbürokratisieren wollen. Deswegen hat die Bundesregierung dafür Initiativen ergriffen. Deswegen haben wir das auf europäischer Ebene vorangetrieben. Deswegen steht in dem Antrag auch sehr viel Richtiges drin. Deswegen wollen wir ihn auch überweisen. Aber ich will für die Antragskommission noch mal konkret darlegen, weshalb wir ihn ablehnen. Unter Ziffer 3 heißt es: Öffentliche Auftraggeber müssen die Möglichkeit haben, soziale Standards und tarifgebundene Beschäftigte stärker zu berücksichtigen und den reinen Preiswettbewerb zu begrenzen. Das ist für uns ein weiterer Weg, damit das Vergaberecht mit vergabefremden Kriterien aufzuladen. Ich glaube, gerade das brauchen wir nicht. Zu Recht kämpfen wir und haben wir in den Koalitionsverhandlungen dagegen gekämpft, dass alle möglichen Ziele bis zum Weltfrieden über das Vergaberecht verwirklicht werden sollen. So wird es nicht funktionieren. Wer das will, der macht es nicht schneller, besser, mittelstandsfreundlicher, sondern der macht es immer bürokratischer. Deswegen, das Anliegen ist richtig. Zur Tariftreue geht es hier aber zu weit. Und deswegen sind wir auch für Überweisung dieses Antrages. Und ich bitte, diesem Votum zu folgen.
Vielen Dank, lieber Philipp Amthor. Wir kommen zur Abstimmung über das Votum der Antragskommission, Überweisung an die CDU-CSU-Bundestagsfraktion und CDU-CSU-Gruppe in der EVP-Fraktion im Europäischen Parlament. Wer diesem Votum folgen möchte, bitten wir ums Kartenzeichen. Bitte deutlich. Danke sehr. Gegenstimmen? Enthaltungen? Dann ist dem Votum der Antragskommission mit Gegenstimmen und Enthaltung gefolgt. Wir kommen zum Antrag L08, Wirtschaftsstandort Deutschland stärken, Unternehmen entlasten, Investitionen ermöglichen. Ist das korrekt, dass es hier zwei Wortmeldungen gibt, Karl-Josef Laumann und Gitta?
I have a request from you, Karl-Josef. No? Gitta, then she will not speak. Okay. Nevertheless, we have the modification here. We have talked about the protected period, and therefore we want to propose to you line 14 to cross out this sentence, this representative from Hildesheim. Would he agree with this change? Okay, he agrees. If you want to follow the motion of the Commission, then please raise your cards. Counter motions, abstentions, okay. Therefore, the motion is approved. Then 11:14, we have a request to speak. Inheritance tax. We got Honnemann wants to speak. No. Gitta Konnemann wants to speak about the inheritance tax. Dear Gitta, please. Dear Secretary General Carsten Linnemann, I want to take the opportunity to say thank you for the clarity of CDU Germany for inheritance tax. This debate that we currently have is considered to be a burden. If you talk with the exhibitors, and family companies don't think in terms of financial statements, they think of generations, and they know that they will inherit something, but something important. Even if there is a decision by the Federal Constitutional Court on a reform, we have to stick to our principle. We have to protect the company budgets and the company because this will threaten apprenticeships, and therefore this party convention should send a signal to mid-sized company. We see your situation, we see that you're faced with a back against the wall, but CDU helps you. It is against tax increases. Thank you. Thank you, Gitta Konnemann. Now we vote on the motions. If you approve this proposal, please raise your cards. Thank you. Counter motions, abstentions. Okay, it's approved. Next, L21. Here we propose a change. There are two requests to speak. Klaus Wiener, do you agree with the approval of the modified version? Yes. We wrote this sentence. We see with concern how the money of the special budgets are used. We say an investment has to support growth. Okay, now let's vote on the proposal of the motion commission. If you approve, please raise your cards. Counter motions, abstentions. Okay, approved. Next, foreign policy, defense and development, M1 to M15. For M1 to M5, there are no requests to speak, so let's combine the vote. Counter motions, abstentions, no. So, approved. M7 to M11, we have no requests to speak. If you support the proposal of the Commission, please vote. Okay. The proposals are approved. Next, applications M13 to M15, no requests to speak. If you approve the proposal, please raise your cards or hands. Okay, the proposals are approved. Next, M06. There are 2 requests to speak. First, again, Brussels, Tim Ulrich Winters from Brussels. Dear friends, dear delegates, Donald Trump negotiated an armistice, and now we need democratic and peaceful structures in the Palestinian areas. We don't want violence in the Palestinian autonomous areas. The EU money goes to the budget of this board, and from the budget there are salaries paid to family members of terrorists who are in prison. And the rent is high, although these payments are higher if the prison terms are longer. That's an incentive for terrorism. These payments are still continuing. All over, the refugee organizations take care of refugees worldwide, but in Palestine there are separate organizations, and I want to say our friends in CSU decided that the machinations of the Hamas have to be ended. Finally, all projects that are to be promoted in Palestine should consider the right of existence of Israel. We want to support Friedrich Merz and Johannes Wadefuhl. We don't want to finance terror with EU funding. Next speaker, Michael Gala from Hessia. Please do not speak longer than 1 minute. Dear delegates, I want to ask for a transfer to the CDU fraction. We agree the money sent to Palestine must only be used for the defined purposes. The other thing is the question how we want to pay out humanitarian aid. Hamas seems to have sent some people at UN and what is requested is that the UNHCR takes this over. They said we don't do that, we cannot do that. This is about the entire region, not only Gaza. So here we have to handle this differently, and also how we can reform UNWA. And we have to talk about this. Uwe Becker from Hessia is next. Where is Mr. Becker? Dear Presidium, dear delegates, 10 years ago, in 2016, the party convention of the CDU expressed a clear ban of the BDS movement against boycotts against Israel. And today we have a motion to express where the CDU can stand. So I agree with this proposal of the Motion Commission to decide in a modified version After 19 years of violence of the terror organization Hamas in Palestine, UNRWA is not part of the solution, but part of the problem. And they cannot be reformed either. These are not individuals within UNRWA, but it's UNRWA itself that teaches children with the wrong school books. It is entwined with a lot of violence, and therefore I support the motion of the Motion Commission. This should send out a clear signal. Thanks for your attention. And Ines Claus for the Motion Commission. Dear delegates, that is very important. We have to protect German tax money, no terrorism, no solidarity with Hamas, and we have to fight anti-Semitism. So we encourage you to approve this motion. We made a change in line 29 because we want to consider the transitional phase of UNRWA and UNHCR, and the purpose is that as soon as they're willing and able to take over these tasks. So we encourage you, we ask you to support this motion. Thank you. Thank you, Ines. That is the end of the list. If you approve the motions, please raise your cards. Counter motions, abstentions? No. Okay. The motion is approved in its modified version. We want to inform you that we also have guests today. We want you to approve that from now on, we will not accept any more requests to speak anymore. Otherwise, we will not make it through the consultations. If you approve, please raise your cards. Thank you. Motions against? Abstentions? Okay, a few nays, but the motion is approved, so the list of speakers for the motions is closed. We continue now. Block M, we have M12. No requests to speak for M12. So if you approve the motion, please raise your cards. Counter motions, abstentions. Motion is approved. Next is N. That's internal safety with N01 to N05. There are no requests to speak, and therefore we combine the vote. So if you approve the motion, please raise your hand. Counter motions, abstentions. The motions are therefore approved. Next is legal, justice and consumer protection with motions 01 to 010. There are no requests to speak, so let's combine the vote. From 03 to 04, 06 to 07, 010. For these, we can vote directly. If you approve the motions, please raise your cards. Counter motions, abstentions. Okay, the motions are approved. Next is 001, the amendment of the fundamental law. Mr. Gries will speak. In future party conventions, we want to have more time to deliberate on the motions. I want to make two things clear. Old age discrimination is a big issue, and that's why we have to talk about that. The Committee on Families will do the same thing. Changes in the fundamental laws are critical, but therefore we want to encourage you to approve the amendments here. Thank you, Mr. Brings. Okay, now let's vote on the motion of the motion commission. If you approve with the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Counter motions, abstentions. Okay, that's approved. Next, 002. Digital devices for children, limiting sharenting and strengthening children's rights. Dear friends, in this motion we deal with an important topic: children growing up in a digital world. And when children are given information, the culture has changed and there's a lot of digital involved. What used to be a photo of the kids that was glued into an album, today is a WhatsApp story or a night in the family chat. But the risks have changed as well for children. For that, the so-called sharenting, we need clear rules, framework conditions that authorities and parents have to stick to. So this motion should not only be transferred to the fraction, it should be accepted so that we can find a decision on this important topic. Next is Günther Brinks. Thank you very much to the applicant. Not only I, but also the motion commission encourages this motion. We have to analyze the problems, and this is actually a to-do, so please approve to this motion. We have to make sure that we take the right conclusions. We need an authority with the right goals, and therefore we have to transfer this to the fraction. Thank you to the applicants. Please support this motion, transfer to the fraction. Thank you. Next, we vote on the motion commission proposal. If you approve, then raise your cards. Thank you. Abstentions, nays. Okay, approved. Next is 005, the donation of genetic material. Mr. Hubert, 60 seconds. He is the chairman, the federal chairman of the Union of Seniors. Well, I speak as a normal member, not as a chairman. I have my doubts, dear friends, that we have a discussion about opening the embryonic protection legislation. It says here that with genetic medicine, we support that, we ignore the risks without scientific knowledge. I mean, we run a lot of risks. The donors are at risk because this is quite an intervention in the human body. In Berlin, they say the woman that is pregnant is more at risk, and there are more risks for the child as it is born. We have had many motions to protect women, and here women are exploited with the donation of genetic material, and I don't know a rich woman that has ever donated anything to a poor woman. Thank you for your speech. This will be transferred to the fraction. Next, we vote on this vote. If you approve the vote, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. Abstentions, nays, no. Okay, the motion is approved. Next is O08. This is about sex purchase bans. There are requests to speak.
Quite frankly, I'd be grateful if somebody could take over, because I want to say something in a minute. But a motion is to refer this to the Federal Party. Is it necessary to speak if that's all you want to say? Good. You've withdrawn. Thank you. That's why I ask who would like to support this motion. Please indicate. Against? Abstentions? 3 against, but still passed. Now somebody from Baden-Württemberg wants to speak about the changed motion. I want to speak against the amendment. This is in number 9. For 24 years, I was a criminal judge, and there are 3 points that are interesting about this. I don't want to extend on this too much, but you're talking about a femicide, punishing it consistently. Now, a femicide can be due to patriarchal structures, and that's not expressed here properly. Secondly, what it says is the judges would have sorted would only decide if a murder had happened or there'd been sordid motives, but there's no proof mentioned. That has to be included. And thirdly, the feature of physical superiority that you want to introduce, that is undefined, and you don't get evidence if you do it that way. Not in a single case. It's killing a baby by mother or father because the child is obviously physically inferior. You don't even say that. Your time is up. So please refer this to the Federal Parliamentary Party. This request for murder has to be urgently revised because it comes from the 1930s. Thank you. So you're suggesting sending it back to the Berlin Parliamentary Party. Who's in favor? Against? Abstentions? Thank you, colleagues from Baden-Württemberg, for your commitment to this approach, this motion. Now, P1 to P7 and Q1, etc. We'd like to vote on all of that together because nobody's asked for the floor. Please indicate if you approve. We have to speed up still, don't we? Against? Abstentions? Good. We've done what the motion committee wanted. Now we come to R, about digital affairs, less bureaucracy, and modernization of the state. Do you approve of this? Thank you. No one's against. So that's also adopted. Now R6. About social media responsibility with the use of digital devices for children growing up. Have a look at R06 in open slides. It's called a digital growing up, protecting children and young people effectively from the negative influence of social media. So describing what a digital growing up means. So the text is not printed, but it's in open slides. State Minister Schwarz from Hessen and State Secretary from Berlin, do you have any comment on this? No. You withdraw your request for the floor? Good. The second one does too. So I'll go ahead as I planned. If we can vote on R06, which is a compromise version, it's a new version. If you approve of it, please raise your card. Thank you. Against? Abstentions? This brings us to the S block. S2, there are no proposals. S1, there are. Schneider and Bilder. They agreed on a new version, which is adoption and referral to the parliamentary party. If you agree with that for S1, please indicate. The amendment has been accepted by the movers. No one against, no abstentions. Now S2, S3, and S4, and S5. Nobody has asked for the floor, so can vote together. If you approve the text as is, please indicate. We've nearly finished. Against, abstentions, adopted. This brings us to T. T1 to 4, nobody has asked for the floor, so let's vote on the motions as are. Please indicate. As read. Thank you. Against, abstentions, none. That was on changes in parliamentary electoral law. So we're through now with the ordinary sundry motions. Thank you for managing so well. And there are now some initiative motions. These are in open slides, and there you can see the opinion of the motion committee. So thank you that they worked until 11 working on these. Thank you very much for that wonderful commitment. 16 initiatives have been put forward, and they're printed in open slides. Nobody seems to be against the opinion of the motions committee. So far, nobody has asked to speak. Oh, somebody whistled? It's different? Nobody asking for the floor will be overlooked. So we've opened our open slides frame, and here there's the opinion of the motion committee. I see heads shaking. You don't have that? Perhaps you should press update. It's under autopilot, motions. I think we've seen them. They're coming up anyway. So you can now read the opinion of the motions committee. You just need to update, press Aktualisierung. So there are quite a lot of initiatives. We have to concentrate, of course. Because we then want to conclude finally with these motions. Now, here it's about something against rats. It's a recommendation for farmers. You against this adoption? Nobody is going to speak against it, I think. So let's vote. Adoption. If you agree, please indicate. Against, abstentions, good. A2, this is about pesticides. It's recommended by Minister Haug. Are you against that? Who's in favor of this motion? Please indicate. Good. Now, here's a request. Minister Haug, you've said you want to speak for 7 of these. I don't know whether that happened automatically. Here he comes personally. I'm going to keep going. Elementary danger insurance. This has been settled through U03 or O03. So that's now consistent, and we can approve the motion. So no one else has asked for the floor. Thank you, Minister Haug and Carsten Linnemann. So I 4, 5. These initiatives. Who's in favor of 4, 5, and 7? Please show. It's already carried. We have initiative motion I6 about cutting methane emissions more. The motion committee wants to accept this. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Okay, please vote in favor and they'll be happy. Thank you. No one against or abstaining. Carried. This brings us to initiatives 8. Somebody does want to speak. It's about Germany as an auto location or car location. This should be strengthened. It's proposed to refer it to the Federal Parliamentary Party. Would you like to speak against this? Yes, Uwe Conrad does. This is on initiative motion 08. Presidium, delegates, colleagues. I'm the Lord Mayor of Saarbrücken. Now that's an industrial area. We have a lot of key technology and 8,500 people who are afraid of losing their jobs. And that's the case up and down the country in our cities. So I speak not just as a Lord Mayor of our capital of Saarbrücken, but also as one of a 4-person working group. One of them is Frank Nopper, the mayor of Stuttgart, who greeted you yesterday, but it's also Simon Blümke and Dennis Wallmann, Lord Mayors of Ludwigshafen and Wolfsburg, and 16 others have set out to save the car industry. And our proposals were included in the coalition agreement. And it's clear that the German car industry needs us. It needs the CDU to work for it. And the key to that is in Brussels. So that's why, also against the background of upcoming elections, we want to send a good signal, your time's up, so that our car industry is strengthened. First, I recommend approval, and secondly, it has to go to the CDU-CSU group in the EPP, in the European Parliament. Thank you very much. From the Motions Committee, Delegate Conrad, I say this quite frankly. When the Baden-Württemberg evening started yesterday and we deliberated for an hour, we had a fundamental discussion about the initiative motions. We have this option in our statutes, but J04 was very similar. That's why we think we should pass this one on to the parliamentary party as well, because these topics will be picked up not only at the national level but also in the EPP. Good. Who's in favor of this idea? Please raise your cards. Against? Abstentions? Carried. Now we come to I-09, moratorium on bureaucracy. And here a state minister from Hessen has proposed this. Yes, friends, we Hessen take the cutting of red tape very seriously, and we have acted very consistently on this. And now we want to submit an initiative motion with Baden-Württemberg in order to push reduction of bureaucracy, particularly in the EU, and to stop them stopping us. And we mustn't give up on this. Please indicate. Against? Decided. I-11, we'll vote on this immediately. Who's in favor? Thank you. Against? Abstentions? Carried as read. This now brings us to initiative motion I-12, reforming income tax, relieving the broad center. Would anybody like to speak to this? No, it doesn't seem to be the case. So let's vote on that. If you're in favor, please show. Against? Abstentions? Adopted. This brings us to number 13. No social security contributions on capital gains or rent. At least 3 people want to speak on this. I hope we can reduce that. Christoph Klopp as the mover, first of all. Then you'll desist. Good. Who doesn't agree with the amended version? I think that it needs revising, this motion, because I think the message that we don't want to attack people with very small rents or elderly people, but we have this whole issue of how far we go with the pension and with financing that. And for good reason, we've referred that to another place. And in view of the debates that are going to start in July, we've got a lot of different points to consider, and that's why I commend referring this as well. Thank you. Somebody from Saxony, do you want to speak against the motion? The committee and we here have, when it comes to social policy topics in the field of social insurance, have referred them to another place. And here in this case, though, we see there's an enormous need of reform regarding social insurance contributions. We want to lower them to create more growth. But because of the demographic situation, we can only do that through consolidation and a combination. And that's why we need an open discussion without any ban on any ideas on how we can really cut the social welfare contributions, social insurance contributions paid by employees in real terms. These are such complicated issues, as has been pointed out, But when they are decided, they have to be practicable, and that can only be done at the level of the parliamentary party. And the chair says that's connected to the motion that we adopted yesterday, where we said we want to gain more landlords so that they can rent to people, so we shouldn't punish them. So it's very good that you've suggested this. Who's in favor? Against? Abstentions? With a broad majority, you've followed the proposal of the Motions Committee. Thank you to Christian Voss for this initiative motion. This now brings us to I-14. This is about local finances. And Uwe Conrad from the Saar has asked for the floor. I'm sorry, not for the floor. He's recommended referral to the regional, state parliamentary parties, or in fact, to the federal level. Yeah, there are 13 Lord Mayors of capitals who together turned to the Chancellor, and I speak as the Vice President of the German Association of Towns and Cities, and I thank you very much for the dialogue process that we've agreed. I'd like to say, as the motto here being taking responsibility, we have great responsibility that it works. And the people on the spot, particularly in the cities and towns, have a lot of responsibility. The topic is matters of general concern, and people have to agree on that. The fact is, a lot of budgets are collapsing in the families. So we want to say anyone who orders something has to pay for it. And anyone who orders something without being commissioned to do so should pay even more. And it shouldn't be at the expense of the local authority. So immediate assistance is needed to fit the case if our country is going to work properly. And that will start with our towns and cities. That's why I'm advocating the acceptance of this motion. Conrad, we want to get on with it, you're right. So if you approve the motion, please indicate. Referral, against, abstentions, carried. This brings us to the last one. It's numbers 15 and 16. Nobody has asked to speak. Who's in favor of the written version? Please indicate. Thank you. Against, abstentions, also carried. We have made it. Congratulations. Thank you to you for all your deliberation. Thank you to the Motions Committee. And we will now clear off and leave another team to conduct the proceedings. Ina Scharenbach, Gordon Schnieder. Now, this is the high point of the second day. Markus Söder is the State Premier of Bavaria and the President of the CSU, Christian Social Union. It's going to take a couple of minutes. We would like to express congratulations and here, just fit this in. We give prizes to the best innovative ideas and the best, the ones that have raised their membership most. So welcome to those prize winners.
So, wir machen die Mitglieder
links und rechts die innovativen Ideen. So, es gibt ein schönes Bühnenbild.
Super.
Ja,
Hallo.
Bundeskanzler und Markus Söder kommen sofort. Aber wir machen hier noch ein schönes Bild. Die Innovationspreise bitte mal einmal hier nach.
Oh, sorry, we are going to first of all take a group photo, and Markus Söder will come up afterwards. So what were your ideas? We introduced the idea of having that was in Wiesel at the Lower Rhine. We had an opinion mobile, and every fortnight for a couple of years we've been traveling, and we want to keep doing that, going to a different town every time with beer and sausages. And we do that and to gain members. And I'm from Steuwitz. We're from the Free State of Saxony. Last year we had an Easter egg hunt. We need Easter eggs, and we hid them, and Michael Kretschmer as our chair and our pillar, and that was a great action. People loved it. They were looking for eggs, and we gained a lot of members. Thank you. Applause for that. We're going to have the prizes, but then Philip Anfor. Well, the placing of our most successful campaigner for new members, and we've got a relative new amount and the absolute numbers, and anyone who knows with maths that both very good performances. Thank you for your hard work, and big applause for the first three placed. And we have special prizes with Carsten Linnemann and Ralf Müller. There's a sporting thing. I need a bit more calories. I'm not trying to reduce them by sport. But anyway, thank you. Could you explain?
In election years, we talk a lot with people. We can present the CDU ideas. That was very well done. We can be successful with that. The nominations. Thank you very much for your work, and that's worth a big applause. Philip, thank you. And now we honor the ideas, the innovative ideas. Rank number 1. The Innovation Award 2026 for the most innovative party work goes to Bitburg. Boom. Congratulations. To Rhineland-Palatinate. Michael, congratulations. Michael Ludwig. And the award is added by 500 euros. Congratulations to ranks number 2 and 3. Congratulations. Next, the awards for most growth in absolute figures. That's Lower Saxony, the District Association, Harburg-Land, most new members. Congratulations. And the good news is, with absolute figures, there are no doubts. You can also have the same figures. So rank 2 goes to District Association Hochsauerland and Rhine-Sieg. The Chancellor will be happy about that. Congratulations. And now let's talk about percentages. Rank number 1, District Association Wilhelmshaven. Congratulations. Rank 2 goes to Berlin, to District Association Berlin-Lichtenberg. Martin Petzold, congratulations. Rank 3, I said it, leading with absolute and relative. District Association, Abergland, congratulations. The bonus prize, we didn't know about that. Let's take a look. A bonus coupon after work on site with your district association and Christina Stump. A bonus award. District Association Heinsberg. Congratulations. Bonus award. Thank you. And there are only a few winners, but all of us are winners. CDU, Germany, we have most members of all German political parties. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your work in the district associations. The innovation winners. Congratulations to all of you. Okay, thank you for a wonderful party convention. Next, we have a highlight. We're looking forward to that. CDU, CSU have close ties. The two parties stand together very well. Let's welcome Prime Minister of Bavaria, head of the CSU, Markus Söder, and Friedrich Merz, our Chancellor and CDU Chairman.
CDU Deutschlands heißt den Vorsitzenden der CSU und den bayerischen Ministerpräsidenten Markus Söder in Stuttgart herzlich willkommen. Lieber Markus, herzlich willkommen bei der CDU.
At the CDU, we're glad to have you with us. Great that you help us to make the German Southwest stronger as it is already. 2 weeks from now, we'll have state elections. 4 weeks from now in Rhineland-Palatinate, you meet a highly motivated German CDU, highly motivated party that struggles for good results in Baden-Württemberg and in Rhineland-Palatinate. Dear Markus, we're highly motivated, together with the CSU, to meet our federal tasks. Let me say thank you not only for the time when we were in the opposition, that was important, but at least as important is our good cooperation as we're in the government. You're not alone. We have someone with us who makes sure that our government has a big success. Let's welcome the Interior Minister, Alexander Dobrindt. Welcome. Nice to be with us. Thank you very much for the good cooperation in the government. You're the Interior Minister, responsible for the internal safety, responsible for one big thing, that we have migration under control. The figures went down by more than 50% within a year. Compared to 2023, it went back by 2/3. Thank you for your good work in the government. A common success in the government. Dear Markus, our cooperation couldn't be better, and I want to confirm that. There were not many times where CDU and CSU and both chairmen worked together so closely, so good. It's good to have it that way. Let me put it that way. It's necessary, of course, because the motto of our convention is taking responsibility. We have the responsibility for Germany, and that obliges us. We have to give our best. If we stand together, if we work together well, then we are successful. Markus, thank you. Welcome to Stuttgart. We're looking forward to what you have to say. Dear Friedrich, dear Chancellor, dear friends, first of all, the greetings from the CSU, the small sister of the CDU. It is a pleasure and a special experience to come to the party convention. First, let me say congratulations to the board. Congratulations to your result. Congratulations, Friedrich. I would have liked to have the same result. In the afternoon, the journalists wanted to write something else, but the result was clear. This signal of unity and strength is something that we have to convey as CDU. Our population is concerned. They don't know how things continue. It is all the more important that we send out the signal that we, as the strongest political community, CDU and CSU, can provide orientation, can show the way and lead the way. Thank you personally for the close and wonderful cooperation. It was not clear at the outset. In the CDU, CSU, there were different pairs, Strauss and Kohl, Merkel and Seehofer. They had different phases of ups and downs. At the beginning, we looked skeptical of how this would turn out, but I can say from the beginning, it went well. We had a close, a deep, good together, and I can say one thing. Together, we ran the election campaign, we won the election, now we govern Germany much better as many think. Therefore, we will continue along these lines. You can rely on us. We support you as a chancellor, longer if you want. All the best to you and good success for the elections. Thank you to Jens Spahn, the chairman of the fraction. We have close ties. That's the only body, CDU, where CDU and CSU are together. Thanks for your great work, dear Carsten. I can really say that never before we had such close cooperation. Sometimes we struggled for each and every word, and we really have a good relationships. We have a good relationship, so we wish you all the best and congratulate you and send our best wishes from Bavaria. Good success for the state elections. We have good, very good chances. For Rheinland and Palatinate, we have a special relationship. Parts of it belonged to Bavaria in history. It's one of the strongest states. We could make more out of it. It's got a rural character, as everywhere in the south. It would be the time for a new start. This traffic light nonsense has to be ended now. In Baden-Württemberg, we are very much interested as Bavarians, as neighbors, as friends, that something is changing. Manu Hagel has a good opportunity to reach something big. In the south, it's important that the partners are strong together. Let me put it this way. We need a normal order for things. In Baden-Württemberg, that means that black is ahead of green, dear friends. I mean, it's about time. So, I wish you all the best for your final go. They even asked Joschka Fischer to come and help them. So it's really experienced team. Well, it's all the more important that Manu has the right compass, has new ideas. After the election, we will have new initiatives. I am sure about that. Good luck to Baden-Württemberg. Of course, we're in difficult times. There were campaigners, and in the past, the world was in order. I liked in your speech that you described the framework and the consequences, not to lose yourself in the detail, but that you outline the basic structure. It was easier in the past. Yes, we were threatened by Russia, but we had a different support from the West. In the past, you could sell everything to China. Now the Chinese want to sell to us. Tariffs up and down, dear Jens, make our upswing philosophy from last year more difficult. And therefore, we have to explain to the population, because everything changes, we have to change. If you're afraid to change, then you will fail. So let us be the courageous, let us be the ones with the courage to change something. And with all the important topics, there are many thousands of ideas and concepts, but there are two things that are decisive. Increase the defense capabilities and the competitiveness. In these times, this will give us new strength. For everything, we need a compass. Otherwise, we won't make it. At the security conference last week, and we professionals haste from one meeting to the next, well, it was very impressive. What I found most impressive, the uncertainty in Europe is restructured by having one who takes leadership. There is one country that is willing to take leadership. One country that gives Europe new hope. One man that gives Europe new strength. And that is our triumph with Trump. And that is Friedrich Merz. Thank you very much for your commitment. We are pro-Europeans, we're pro-NATO, pro-Israel, but with cleverness. What I find good in times of uncertainty, I mean, time has changed. In our style, our foreign policy is not the patronizing one. We explained others what to do in the past. We had boycotts. We did all kinds of things, but that did not work. Now we stop with this morale. Now we act in the best interest of Europe, and that is why it's good that Wadefuhl and no longer Baerbock is our foreign minister. You described it well. I grew up next to American military camp. I was fond of America all the time. It's not so easy at the moment. You said it. I say one thing. Without the Americans, it will not be easy. We have to say a few things. What struck me most was that when the American president said we did not do enough in difficult moments, I can say only one thing. When Americans were attacked and when America shouted for help at 9/11, we were there. German soldiers went to Afghanistan and lots were killed. So please put this into perspective. We owe that to the families and to the soldiers and their families. We really helped them. I don't believe completely in this administration, but I believe in America. Some movements are changing. America is not at the end of its history. Therefore, we should act wisely. We have a relationship crisis, but not a divorce. The political left wants to end everything. They want to decouple themselves, and I tell them the left were always anti-American, and all those who worry about tariffs, I mean, we wanted to have a free trade agreement, but the left avoided that. The left are professionals for own goals. Our chancellor in Davos, he didn't have an easy job. At the beginning, everybody said, what will this turn out to? But it would have been a wonderful signal if the European Parliament would have given a backup. If we had said Mercosur is the right thing. and then it was presented to the European Commission. But for Mercosur, on the same day, there's a new alliance from Green and extreme rights, AfD. Let me say one thing to Mrs. Dröge, Mrs. Hasselmann. They talk about firewalls. If one walks by 20 meters away, there are lots of concerns. But the Greens have no moral claim to tell us what is right. They have no moral compass anymore. Europe, let me say one sentence. Thank you to our delegates who are doing their best. Europe is our treasure, our opportunity. Please be honest. Europe is not only threatened from the outside, but also from the inside. We say, yes, we want Europe, but we're skeptical about this Brussels machinery. Every week in our cabinet there is a report about a new directive that creates more concern than joy. Let us build Europe with less bureaucracy, less rules, no green deals, with growth and sense. That's a Europe that we want. Friedrich Merz, we're all attacked because last year, yes, we wanted more debts. We had to, otherwise we could not defend our country. But I am grateful to you that for this one-time decision, we did not say that doesn't matter, great idea. For Eurobonds, that we pay for the debts of others, well, that's not possible. Please excuse me. But with all the commissions in Berlin about the debt control, 500 billion, I mean, that's about enough. We have to start consolidating one day. So we're preparing for the competition. We're building up our military, but we will not only need material, we need terrain. In Lithuania, the brigade cannot find enough volunteers. I mean, in the German army, we were told, in the case of war, we will survive for 1 hour. That's not empathic, not friendly. And I did not find it motivating. And the leadership concepts were not such that I said, well, I want to go there. But that's something serious. We started that with the drafting process. I don't think that this is enough. We have to do more. In Germany, we keep talking about democracy. Debates from left and from the far left, and everybody knows what he and she wants. But we have to do something for our democracy. Our country needs patriots, and we need circumscription for everybody. By the way, we had a huge debate. Junge Union was with us. In our schools, at the end of the school year, we will sing the national hymn. And there is so much fuss about it. With every Olympic medal, there could be more, yes, Manuel, we still have a bet going on. With every Olympic game, it's something self-understood, and the population expects that someone who fights for our country sings the national hymn. I like singing better. A country without a hymn has no soul. And we want to make sure that this country maintains its soul.
We heard before there was a reference to Israel. Thank you for that. Many are in favor of this continued support for the country and Jewish life, even though it's sometimes difficult. But the truth is, it's been very impressive in the last few years to see how Jewish life has been attacked with anti-Semitism. Also from this whole left-wing bubble, this creeping cultural intellectualism. And normally they criticize us for everything. And the very same people proposed that we could use weapons after 2 weeks. Now that is rubbish. We don't need that sort of advice, friends. And it's chic or elegant to be left-wing and progressive. On the contrary, it's simple and orthodox. And in real life, we see there's a renaissance of left-wing extremism. Everything is debated, but not the core topic, that it was a left-wing attack. No excuse for them. They should be locked up just as much, friends. And it's unbearable if the left-wing party is taken so seriously. I must say at this point, in Saxony, Thuringia, Saxony-Anhalt and elsewhere, you have to settle your coalitions. And I have the greatest respect, but I think we should have more respect for what the people achieve in the Eastern German states, and I would thank them for their hard work so far. But it turns my stomach when the Links party says, right, we can vote for the other small splinter groups, and these are all self-righteous groups that even come to Bavaria, and when they speak, I can't even understand what they say. They speak even faster than we do. I think that's because at the end they suddenly start thinking about what they wanted to say. They say, I find the right-wing extremists terrible, but the left one, they're just the same. You have to argue with them all the time. It's awful. The main point is that Germany must not be taken over by socialism again. We've had enough of that. So we've had responsibility in the government, federal government now for a year. And as you said, it's been a great success for the CDU. Where was it a year ago? Our country had been dominated by illegal migration for 2 or 3 years. There were terrible attacks that got everyone very upset. And at the time, everyone said, oh, well, come on, we can't do anything about it. It's all international movements and so on. However, friends, we have always said yes to immigration as long as you're going to work. And I say this in Bavaria all the time. So many people have come from the Balkan, Bulgaria, Romania, Turkey, Ukraine, and they want to work. And these are the ones who ask us, when can we come legally and pay taxes? And how come? We do that, and so many come illegally. So I say yes to legal migration and no to illegal migration. It was one of the hardest points in the coalition negotiations. They could have run aground on that. The whole topic was concluded. we regained the legal situation, as Alexander Dobrindt has said, with 60% fewer migrants coming in illegally. No more gymnasiums are being occupied by camp beds for refugees anymore. And we have the highest number of voluntary departures at the moment because it's not worth staying. And I can say, at least for Bavaria, but there they get they get food baskets, but food bags, but they, in other words, assistance in kind, but no money for brandy or drugs. Now, why are the polls different? And the whole area is broader than it was because it's been festering so long, this issue. It makes it harder to tackle. But at one point, Friedrich Merz is right. He asked, one thing is the borders, but what happens inside? And this arose during the electoral campaign. And the annoying thing is, if anybody says a word, one word, and people don't discuss the circumstance behind it, but the word is torn apart. There's a linguistic psychologist, suddenly a pantomime expert. They all interpret everything. What does it really mean? And you can just say the city views of the cities are different now. That was a phrase used by the Chancellor. Now there are groups standing around at the station, in the parks, police everywhere, swimming pools, high security, I was told. So it's in the country something has to happen as well. That's reality. Well, the left wing doesn't want to talk about this. All I can say is anyone who denies the truth is actually in for trouble. And Alexander Dobrindt has our full support, as he knows. And he's removing as many as possible without permission to stay. Let them go back, even to Afghanistan. And without a single euro, don't give them a bonus for going. And regarding the economy, we've also made progress. We've discussed everything, high and low. But ultimately, the question is, do we have to work more or not? Are the Germans lazy? No, it's just the others are getting more hard working. Look at football, their chances of winning. Here we had more growth this year because 2 public holidays were cancelled. It's 12 few hours. You'd think that people's life biography was going to collapse if they worked for 2 more days. And that brought 116 billion. If we can't succeed in admitting, and our attitude is right, if you work hard, you should earn more than those who don't work. And those who work a lot should have something over. And those who can't work because they are incapacitated, then they are supported. But it's not just that somebody doesn't want to. You can't have other people working for you. That's not on at all. And that's why we don't agree with this civic payment. It's a phrase that was introduced by the former government. There's one thing I will say. The Chancellor has to be even more friendly to the SPD because he has to keep the shop together. I agree with that. And Klingbeil, the chair of the SPD, comes from Bavaria, so there's one thing I must say. In a coalition, it's clear you have to be respectful, but let me say one thing. Who won the election? Who was number one? It was the Union and not the SPD. And that means that we have a claim to leadership. We must lead. Our idea of order must be brought into the process. If not immediately, we have to make it clear what we want, what we're going for. What is fiscal policy? Are they going to go up or down? It's absurd. I don't know how you feel. Sometimes I read expert opinions where I think anyone can call themselves an expert. Perhaps all these bodies should be reordered as well, because they produce very little wisdom. I hear only things where they're negative. The first thing is company tax should be reduced. The solidarity levy should also be abolished. It can't go on. And once more, that's very important to us in Bavaria, the inheritance tax. I'm always surprised with this topic, how a federal finance minister can be so enthusiastic when it doesn't produce much. But I have to say something. They argue that you're getting money for nothing if you inherit. But friends, after all, your parents are working hard and they leave you something. That's no joke. You're supposed to carry the can in future. If you're going to keep running the shop, the farm, or whatever it is, that is not without achievement, hard work or performance. So property obliges. Property should be protected. We can't have the state helping itself to inheritances and ruining them, ruining the operations. And of course we need an agenda for social reforms. And of course we mustn't act for anxiety and put things off for that reason. It'd be good if we could be a bit more harmonious than has been the case over the last year. I don't think it's helped a lot, but I'm sure we can improve. One topic that's very urgent, we have to look at the national economy and energy costs, and also ideologists. We want innovation, not ideology. But on the other hand, you have a cultural battle of left-wing pseudo-moralists about the climate. And it's obvious that we can't deny the climate change like America. That would be rubbish. But we have to be reasonable and not go back to the Stone Age either. That will ruin our industry, our whole society. We can't allow that at all. So thank you to Katharina Reiche, who's had the courage to want to change German energy policy of the last 20 years. It was considered holy of holiness, and it couldn't be touched. And of course, we have a lot of solar and wind energy now. But if you think that can cover the requirement with all the computer settings, with AI and so on, do you really think it'll only work with the classical forms of renewable energy of 20 years ago? It really hurts me terribly when I see our energy prices rising compared to other countries. And I see industrialists in our country scratching their heads and saying, how can we cope with that? And of course, there are subsidies, and I'm glad of that, but we're subsidizing them taking money from something else. So I think we have to think hard, really consider nuclear fusion, if not nuclear power. Look at the Americans investing so much in that. Why can't we do that? 10,000 technology assessment committees, and there are so many experts who talk about building a road, whereas the Americans would have built it and whizzed past us. That's out of the question. We must come out strongly against that. So, regarding high-tech, AI, biotechnology, aviation and aerospace, we're good at that too. I must say at the beginning I thought it was a childlike fantasy. But apart from that it seems to be working, aviation and aerospace are big topics now. I have to say, what I find wonderful about technology, I've told this before, my father came from Franconia. He didn't spend much money, but once in his life he felt cosmopolitan. What we can talk about today, whether the moon or Mars, for young people is quite different. You say it's not Donbass, it's not Greenland, it's not as different struggles that we've got. If they want to look to the moon or Mars, and let's give them things to look forward to be optimistic about, instead of telling them what not to do all the time. And just let the engineers get on with it. And Hildegard Müller, that's for you too, regarding cars. The cars must continue to be extremely important. Otherwise, the Chinese wouldn't have focused so much on it as a keynote industry. They don't do that just for fun. It's a long-term strategy. We're great learners. We have the combustion engine. They have electrical cars. But friends, they're just smart and good. But they think that we're too stupid to not recognize our future. And yesterday at Mercedes and Daimler, I heard that without those big companies, without VW, BMW, and without the suppliers, things are going to get difficult. We're going to continue to need cars. That's why I worked so hard. I fought harder than ever, actually. I'm usually as calm as anything and cool as a cucumber during the coalition negotiations, but I get really annoyed when people say, we know what the future will be. I would be happy if we knew what things would be like in 10 years. But I've said this for many years. I convinced the state premiers, even the SPD, that the car industry was important. It rather surprised me. And thank you for support from the federal government. Now a proposal from Brussels that will actually harm the German car industry. It will ruin our fleet. So please, no Mickey Mouse solution, no fake packaging. We want to keep the high-tech combustion engine and keep it for the future. We need that for our country. And even if everybody's against interest, because with nuclear fusion there are expert opinions saying that it's useless. On the other hand, people say this is all wrong. I don't know a single state premier or Lord Mayor who can report that there are not important infrastructure programs that are lasting forever. I love animals, for example. And you can worry about every mouse, if you like, of course, but not over 2 legislative periods. That's out of the question. I read that in Berlin there are NGOs that are against scattering salt if it's snowy. In Bavaria, we're accused of being destructive if we do that. It's bad for the climate. Now I've decided, and I thank the Chancellor and the whole government, even the SPD, for the infrastructure that we're now financing, that the NGOs can take back their appeal against us for using salt. Democracy means election, and it's the members of parliament that should have the say and not NGOs. So down with NGO power. We're a community. We have to strengthen our defense, our industry. And yesterday I had a bit of a listen. I was listening and heard the streaming. You were talking about the goal. Reducing the sea. It's not, you don't want to do away with the sea. We do have a Christian view of what it means to be human. And sometimes we could make it easier, of course, for ourselves. But do you really think that you can have a country without faith and the church, and that it will hold together better? I think that the Christian West is still the link spanning our society. If you look at a question of religious education and telling people what the Christian holidays mean, and also paragraph 118 shouldn't be abolished either. We understand the conflict situation, but it was right not to elect a constitutional judge who had another opinion about abortion. So I heard yesterday, if Mr. Höcke from the AFD, starts thinking in different categories and can distinguish between normal and not normal humanity, I would say that's against our Christian democratic and Christian social attitude. All of human life is a great treasure, and we will not give up that conviction. And finally, a comment on this coalition. We're more or less getting on with the SPD. The Green are over the horizon already. And the AFD. Well, I'm not afraid of them. I think we shouldn't get hysterical. But I think to come with a moral club is not good either. People won't accept that. They want something that's near their lives. I think the greatest weakness of the Alternative for Germany is that they're not competent, either humanly or in terms of issues. They're an incompetent party. So let them come to their doom, their functions. They're left-wing. Sometimes very few of them aren't, in fact, charged with something at the courts already. And they keep saying we're different. That's right. Shameless. They're clans. I don't think anybody in Germany has operated on the clan system as effectively as they have. There are hatred rappers, there are Hitler clowns, there are the conspiratorial theoreticians, and there's someone in the local parliament who says all the time in Munich, you have to recognize that the earth is a disc. My goodness. You laugh at that. But there's worse. Look at Alice Weigel, the party leader. Sometimes she's very malicious, very unpleasant woman who for some reason doesn't even want to live in Germany. Why? There's enough space. Why does she live in Switzerland? Someone who calls herself a patriot. Why isn't she willing to find her home in her home country? That is extremely low. And also, I was asked, what do you think about constitutional protection? They're all Stasi spies. That's what the AfD says. They go for internal security. That's what they want. And with young men and women in the police who stand there, we have them already. We have these wonderful young people who get insulted really in the most intolerable way. And this Alice Weigel calls our good politicians Stasi spies. That shows what she's like. What terrible dogma. We certainly don't want her trying to protect us in future. And freedom. Mario, we are talking about freedom. Of course, there is freedom of opinion, naturally, in Germany. It was raised by the Americans. Now, but you have to respect the other opinion of others. That's a comparable approach of us in the West as against the East. In the East, they think only the ones with our opinion are in order and the rest are excluded. And so the AfD wants to leave Europe, EU. They want to get out of NATO at all costs. Why? Because they tend towards Russia. That's really the last. And at this man, look at the man who's the president at the moment in Russia. They would invite him to dinner, Hofbräuhaus, if he wanted to come. They invite the Russian ambassador. There were AfD party officials in Moscow. So the whole of their kinship clan, all their friends get jobs, all their families. And goodness me, hot air when they talk about Russia. Let us say we should not in any way have anything to do with people who are prepared to prefer the dictator Vladimir Putin. No, we want people who want to protect our country. So we're really in tough times. And you can moan and groan and say, well, it's a new generation, but the majority are not like that. But that's not going to help. If we don't do something, and there'll be somebody. Do you think anyone can do integration better than we can in all our states and regions? No. So it's our goal to do that, to have a good position, to have our principles, and above all, do our duty for our country and our people. And that only goes together. We shouldn't fight each other. That's not going to lead to success. We're sisters and brothers. Of course, we're slightly different between the CDU and the CSU, but blood is thicker than water. So we have to fight together. Now look at how the Christ Democrats operate in other parts of Germany. So we're a flagship even there. So let us be a beacon. Let us fight for our fatherland, for our belief, for all these things that have made us strong and which people expect of us. Let us work for that so that this country will be strong in future. This continent will progress in future, and we won't duck before the rest of the world. European history is not over. We will continue to write it. God protect Europe, Germany, Europe, and the CSU-CDU. Thank you.
Lieber Markus.
Dear Marcus, thank you on behalf of CDU for your speech, your clear words, the good positioning. Thank you for finalizing our party convention. And let me make a few more remarks. You mentioned new technologies and space. Let me read you a quote that the USO chairman said when he wanted to move closer to space science. He said, maybe you have to live behind the moon to set the priorities like this. And a left daily newspaper wrote, Mission Megalomania. In space technology, that's a strategic focus that we have. Dear friends, sometimes you have to have a mission and a vision, and all of a sudden, history will be rewritten. We have to be the ones who define progress. Thank you, Marcus, for picking up this topic the way you did it. And in the federal government, we have a minister who, on behalf of her ministry, wants to focus on space science. Dear friends, that's a good thing. And since we know, Marcus, that you have a favorite series called Star Trek, and the motto of that series is to boldly go where no man has gone before. So don't misinterpret our gift. We don't want to send you to the moon, but we want to give you a nice gift that reminds you of this series, that you take this with you. We give you a jacket as a gift that reminds you of our party convention. Thank you very much. And in Bavaria, we say, may the power be with you, and in Florent Bosta. Thank you very much. Dear friends, that takes us almost to the end of the 38th Party Convention of the CDU. The re-elected and elected members of the Presidium of the CDU, could you please come on stage? In your presence, I want to say a final word of thank you. We now enter an exciting year, 5 state elections, municipal elections in Hesse and Bavaria. We want to win these elections, and Manuel Hagel, Sven Schulze, Daniel Petners, and Kai Wegner wish you all the best in the way to this election. CDU will support you. We struggle for you. We struggle for majorities in all elections that we'll have this year. Same applies to the state elections in 2027. Thank you to those who made this convention possible. Thank you to the Adenauer House, to Marco Belle and our Secretary General, Carsten Linnemann. You did a wonderful job. Thank you for preparing our convention. Thank you to those who accompanied us, the press. Thank you for reports, for the corrections you had to write. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for reporting. Thank you for all voluntary helpers that helped us when we had to switch from digital to analog for counting our votes. Thank you for helping us with that. Last but not least, you did not see that a lot, but the police and ambulance and so on made sure that we could have safe proceedings at our party convention. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your help. Thank you to the convention presidium, the external service provider, the Stuttgart trade fair premises. All of them made sure that our party convention was successful. Thanks for your support, for accompanying us. Dear friends, please stand up now. As always, we end our convention with our national hymn.